do Small Business Saturday in the city, and with that, we still get some businesses that call us and say, hey, it's great you're doing this, but I know that people from this business are parking right across the street from my shop. It's not helping me a lot. So there's a give and take to it. With that, we want that customer turnover for these businesses. It increases customer access to storefronts. It reduces the employee and residential parking in front of stores, and it improves perception of availability. Another reason for businesses, we don't want people circling the downtown 24/7 to find a spot to get to a business. We want them to be able to pull up, find the free space, go in, and support the community. Creates fair and access for all customers, helps attract out-of-town visitors, and it reinforces the value of curb space. So when we're talking downtown businesses, the data from that is so important, and that's where a controlled parking system allows us to have that, where we can keep that turnover going by adjusting the rates on the blocks. So our core downtown, where we have consistent parking, if we want to create that turnover, we adjust rates so people park accordingly. Our on-street parking is not meant for a full day parking. If we have people coming downtown to park for a full day, we want them to use our parking lots, which we have 18 downtown. We also want them to use our parking ramps, which we have 7 of them downtown. They're built to carry that capacity. Our downtown is pull downtown, utilize what you need, and then move your vehicle so other people can utilize the downtown. And as we go through this, you'll see that other cities have built different aspects to keep people moving throughout the downtown and to actually park outside that downtown area. As we look at the city and why cities have parking controls, everyone gets equal access to limited parking rather than early arrive for long-term parkers. It discourages long-term storage of vehicles, which we've seen downtown, and that's why we monitor that. Encourages the use of off-street parking options, and this is the parking ramps and the lots we're talking about. The curb is a very valuable spot, and we want people to be able to run in and get their coffee and then run into the clothing stores to pick up what they need. We don't want people parking there all day, staying there all day, and congesting our downtown. It also supports urban economic development, generates revenue for public services, and that revenue that's generated, we put back into our parking lots and our ramps and our on-street equipment. So it's not like we're making money on this. The revenue we receive goes right back into our system. Some other options are it encourages alternate transportation. If you have paid parking and parking controls downtown, people are looking at different ways of walking, biking, or transit levels to get downtown. It supports special events and tourism. Aligns with our environmental goals. Less vehicles downtown mean cleaner air downtown, less idling looking for curb space to park. It improves our user experience, and it improves safety. As you reduce the number of people that sit on your curb for a long time, it opens up visibility. And I can tell you from the Jewel Transit side, when all of our curbs are full, it's full downtown and it's tight. And our buses have to have clear vision of where they're going for safe travels, along with making sure that our riders can get on and off safely. So I do want to go through, what I did was I took the RFP results for the mobile app and the kiosk system, and I generally put them in here so we can see the pros and cons along with generalized pricing. I didn't specify any certain vendor because we're not to that point yet, but I did do a general outline of what they are. So we did receive mobile parking app submissions. With that, there's many pros, many cons with it. So pay from your phone without walking to a parking control device. A lot of cities are moving to this and actually reducing the amount of kiosks they have on the street because more people are going to a mobile app. You pull out your cell phone, pull it up, and you can easily do that there. Another pro is extend time remotely. You do not have to be at a physical feature to do that. You can review your history and your receipts from parking. It offers reminders of when your time's expiring. Reduces need for physical infrastructure and maintenance. The only thing with a parking app system is there are signs and stickers on the signs. Pretty easy to manage and take care of. It allows for multiple payment options, credit cards, digital wallets, etc. It's very helpful for visitors who already have installed the app. So a lot of these mobile apps are regional and national. So we already have people coming to our city that use the Passport parking app in other cities. So they literally come to Dubuque and, oh, I already have the app, my information's on the app, and it's very easy to use for them. And that's my last checklist there, is allows people that have the app, that have the information in their app already. It's just like another day for them in their own city. There also are some drawbacks. Requires a smartphone or mobile data or Wi-Fi. Some systems do allow for QR codes or text to pay that a flip phone would manage. App setup can be confusing for some users. I get confused sometimes when I go to other cities, and I deal with this a lot. So it can be confusing to get set up and running. You can have technical issues. Your app crashes, poor cell signal, you forget your password. I mean, everyone has 27 passwords. Also, your phone runs out of battery. Then you don't have your phone to use the mobile app. So there's that issue also. Some users resist creating an account and putting information out there online. It can feel inconvenient for quick, low-tech transactions, or it might create perception of technology barriers for people. If we look at parking kiosks, we did receive 5 RFPs back for this. The pros are it's easy, familiar, little to no technology to learn. You walk up, you have a touch screen usually, or a keypad, you put your information in. It's there, it's physical, you're able to touch it, and a lot of people like that feeling. Works for people without smartphones. You do not have to have the app, you do not have to have a mobile wallet. It could be a cash transaction, so people do not feel like their information's out there. You do not need an account or an app to set it up. It's good for one-stop shops, as in you can pull up, use the kiosk, and away you go if you're just traveling here. It provides a physical presence that reassures people the system is working. I am one of those individuals that I like to have a receipt in my hand, so I can say I paid for that. Having something directly on a phone sometimes bothers me. I'm like, is this accurate? Is this done correctly? So I like to have that physical paper in my hand. Cons, it requires use It requires users to walk to and from the kiosk. Machines require maintenance and repairs. The cash and coin handling costs. It also requires users to walk a variable distance to a kiosk. So no matter what, you got to get to one. But what we found when we looked at other cities is they're actually slowly removing kiosks and pushing people to the mobile apps. It's a cheaper maintenance cost for the cities, but also it's something that people are moving to. They have their phones. I'm going to say it, their life's on their phones. So if they have the app, the amount of kiosk systems in some of the cities coming up are actually reducing. If we look at a direct comparison between the mobile app and the kiosk system, again, no hardware with the mobile app, no installation, repair, or anything physical other than possibly signs and stickers. There's no cash management. It's all done electronically, and it's much lower staff labor required. If you look at the advantage of the kiosk system, again, it works for people without the smartphone or the unbanked. It provides redundancy when the app has an issue. Good for tourists or users who don't want to use technology, and promotes equity and accessibility. Again, the mobile app does have the disadvantages. It requires every customer to have a smartphone to pay by. Along with that, it can generate public frustration if the app is the only option that they have and they actually want to just use physical cash. And it's perceived as less inclusive, as in you're using a phone and there's not that physical touch that you can do there. And again, disadvantage of the kiosk, you have the higher upfront capital cost, higher ongoing operational costs, regular repairs and consumables, and shorter hardware lifespan compared to software systems. When we look at overall costs for the RFPs that were submitted for the online or the mobile app, usually the platform, you can get that set up for $0 up front. Most mobile apps are $0 up front unless you're looking at specializing your platform for the city you have. There are some charges for small annual service fees for custom features. When we look at transaction fees, they're paid by the customer or the city. It's how we decide we want to set that up and configure it. Typically, the convenience fees for using a mobile app is 10 cents to 45 cents per transaction. and credit card processing is 2 to 4% per transaction. And that 2 to 4% per transaction is no matter what, whenever you do use a credit card. Administrative costs, staff time for system management, user issues, enforcement, integration. Technology support, we have to integrate it with our enforcement system. We have contract management of the contracts we get put together, but there are minimal hardware needs for this. So when we're looking at an annual operating cost, it's going to be between $0 and $5,000, depending on the platform that we build and go with. There is no per device operational expense because there are literally no devices that we install for this. And then with that, credit card processing fee, as I mentioned before, it's between 2 and 4%, which applies to any credit card that is used. When we look at the parking kiosk system, this is going to have the upfront costs, like we discussed. So we spec'd out 263 kiosks for the downtown Dubuque. And this, literally, we have the entire meter district and lots covered in these. As we did further research, we believe that that would be very sufficient. But as we were reaching out, we believe we could actually scale this back a little with what we're finding out from other cities. So when we're looking at upfront costs for kiosks, they're ranging from $1,500 to $7,000 per kiosk system. And you guys know what a kiosk is. You walk up, it's got the device. It either has a keypad or the touch screen. You can use cash, you can use coin, you can use your credit card. There's text to pay on them. So multiple different ways we can use those. When we're looking at the kiosks, there are year or annual fees per unit, which range from $300 to $1,500 per the RFP results. So if we total that up with the 263 total units, that's going to range from about $78,000 to potentially $410,000 per year in software costs. Again, this is the general numbers we put in. We have not signed any contracts or gone forward with anything. This is just the general RFP results we received. As far as transaction fees, majority are paid by customers depending on how we set the system up. And again, either way with using a credit card, you have on average a 2 to 4% transaction fee. As far as admin costs, staff time for system management, user issues, and enforcement integration, costs for cash collection, along with system repairs by parking tax. And then technology and support, its integration with the enforcement system and the contract management. So if we look at a total cost to have kiosks on our streets, we did an average of what we do today with our meters that we have. So we're factoring we're going to have anywhere from $34,000 to $36,000 in just maintenance and cash collection on these units. When we're looking at software, again, this is the broad range of software. None of this has been negotiated at all. The RFP results were $78,000 to rate at $410,000. And then when we look at credit card processing fees, that's between 2 and 4% per transaction. When we were here, there were some questions on time-limited parking. So this is a different form of enforcing downtown with time limits. There are pros to this. It's pretty simple to understand if correct signage and navigation is out there. It's a lower expense to start up and maintain and upgrade the system. And there's no cost to the parker if compliant with the posted rules. There are some cons with this system. It can create stressful or rushed visits because you only have a set time and there's no way to extend it. Time limits create no revenue for the downtown on-street. It requires increased parking enforcement due to parked vehicles needing to be observed twice for violations. And more of the costs incurred by the city to supply and maintain parking are borne by the taxpayer rather than being supported by the user fees. What we did is we went out and we did multiple comparisons, and we found multiple cities in the Midwest and Iowa that use time limits for their downtown system. Cedar Falls is one of the cities that we looked at. They do have time limits, and they range from 2 to 24 hours for their parking system. Their downtown is strictly timed. They do have a second section called College Hill, but that does have kiosk parking apps in its parking lots. As far as how they manage it, they do have citations that they do right downtown, and they're $25 per fine. With this, multiple tickets can be written for a vehicle that is parked in a time spot that has not moved. So if that enforcement vehicle or that parking enforcement officer comes around again and that has not moved, they will write a second fine to them. They enforce downtown. It's a manual enforcement. It's not an LPR system. And the only revenue from parking is from parking permits and citations. And the big thing that I learned about Cedar Falls is in their parking map, they have their 2 hours right in the middle of the town, and they expand out to 3 hours. And then outside of that, they do a 24-hour limit. So it really is telling people, if you want to be downtown all day, then you need to park on the outskirts so you won't have to move your vehicle. If you want to come downtown for lunch or coffee or whatever your desire is, then you can come downtown, park down in the more busy district for 2 hours, and then move your vehicle accordingly. We looked at Marshalltown, Iowa. Their time limits were 3 hours for time limits. They had minimum 30 to 90-minute stalls in specific areas. Their public parking lots are free downtown. As far as citations, is a $20 fine. Enforcement was a manual operation, and their parking enforcement officer, 50% of his time was dealing with parking, 50% was city nuisance calls. They did not have any paid downtown parking locations. One thing to note is with Marshalltown, their downtown area that they managed was 3 blocks to 6 blocks. I want to reference the city of Dubuque. We go from 1st Street all the way to 18th Street, from Bluff Street down to Washington. Our area is quite broad that we cover. We also pulled up Burlington, Iowa, and we physically called all of these cities and spoke with them. We looked online, received information, and then we had the questions of, well, how do you do that, and how does that work, and how do you like that? So Burlington, Iowa, they do have 2-hour time limits. They have 3-hour time limits directly off of Main Street. Again, they have their main corridor that they want people there 2 hours. They push people out further for 3-hour time limits. And then further out from there is free parking. The biggest concern that they had was employees parking in the time limit zones and not moving or just parking there to eat up time. They do have reserved parking lots and some free lots and spaces, but they do not patrol these lots. So our PEO officers patrol everything that we have to make sure that if you do have a reserved spot, it's taken care of and it's your spot. Where in this scenario, if you have a reserved spot and somebody's in it, you're the one that has to call either the parking division or the tow truck. It's monitored strictly by people with the reserved parking. The PEO team is walking. They're chalking tires currently. And again, they have a $15 citation if you're past the 2 hours, and multiple tickets can be written. Along with citations and reserved parking are the only generated revenue downtown. Eau Claire, Wisconsin was another one we looked at. This one is a little bit bigger city. Again, they currently have 2-hour time limits downtown, and as I talked to him, I started bringing up, how do your time limits work? And his first thing was, we're starting to move away from this. So they currently have 2-hour time limits. Citations are $15 for anyone past 2 hours. Again, multiple tickets can be written. They do have a license plate recognition system. If I reference this as an LPR, that's what I'm talking about. I'll try to say license plate recognition system, but we use that verbiage all day long. Time limits are hard to enforce. It requires multiple passes to enforce. And again, business employees are the biggest time limit issues, and there currently no downtown revenue from this. And as we spoke on the phone, Eau Claire is working on moving away from this system. They're moving away to hopefully create more turnover on their downtown. They're looking at a kiosk system with the Passport app. They're looking at the same model we're looking at. We want to look at a pay-by-plate model, not a pay-by-space. Time limits are hard to enforce, and it takes multiple passes for them to actually create the citations. So downtown currently they have 3 kiosks in their parking lots, 6 in their ramps, and they're going to be adding anywhere around 20 more to the downtown area as they move away from this 2-hour systems. And again, their downtown area was 3 blocks to 7 blocks long. Again, that easily fits in our downtown area. I did want to do 2 comparison slides of time limits versus paid parking. And there's multiple things we could have added. These were some of the top ones we wanted to discuss about. So as far as we look at purpose and effectiveness, it encourages turnover, but often inconsistently enforced, and effectiveness depends on the staff. So if you have a 2-hour time limit downtown, as your enforcement goes through, if it's a 2-hour limit, they're either going to chalk the tires, which we don't want to chalk tires. We want to have an LPR vehicle. And then that vehicle has to go back through the system to see if anybody didn't move their vehicle. That can take time and extra staffing and extra vehicles to do that. And also, if people pull into that spot right after you go through, I mean, they can be there for quite some time. They could park downtown for up to 4 hours and not have to move their vehicle in prime locations. So when we look at user experience, time limits can cause stress and rush visits. As in the paid parking world, it's more flexible. You get to choose how long you want to stay downtown. If you want to stay longer, you can extend it on your phone. Again, you can build price points in the paid parking. So if people do want to be in the downtown district and it's a hired paid parking spot, that's their choice to park there. You can build the model so it kind of cascades out. So the cheaper parking is on the outside, and as you move more downtown, that price would increase. There's a big impact on businesses. Time limits may discourage it would discourage longer shopping, possibly, along with dining and appointments. With paid parking, it encourages the turnover while still allowing longer stays when needed. Revenue and reinforcement. Time limits, no revenue. It requires city funding for the enforcement, whereas paid parking generates revenue that can improve the downtown parking system. When we look at enforcement, time limits, again, you have to go through and see these vehicles at least twice to be able to write a citation or to have them be moving. Where in the paid parking world, it's easier to enforce. It's very clear. There's time limits built in, or there's time built into the system that's systematically driven. Behavioral outcomes, time limits, again, encourages spot shuffling. When I reference spot shuffling, people will take their vehicle from this parking stall and move it forward to other parking stalls. Certain cities had only one set time. So if you pulled downtown and you were on a block and your 2-hour limit was up, you have to move that block. If they find you on the same block face, they write you another ticket. With paid parking, it reduces unnecessary circulation because people no longer need to move their car to extend their stay. As far as flexibility, time limits, one size fits all. That's the setup. It can't adapt for block demands, where in paid parking, pricing can vary per location and time of day to match the real world patterns. As in, we have our rushes downtown. We can set a system up to handle that rush. Then as that rush dissipates, we can switch our downtown parking to accommodate more of a slower system. As far as modernization, time limits, outdated approach that doesn't integrate well with smart city tech. It's very hard to collect data from time limits, just due to the fact that if you don't have an LPR system that can geofence the occupancy levels, you won't be able to see that. Where if we have paid parking, it's supported by mobile apps, occupancy data, and we can do dynamic pricing to keep people moving throughout the downtown. So I've mentioned through here that there's current revenue that's generated, and in the city of Dubuque, we do have revenue that is generated. Our downtown meter districts over the past couple of years generate anywhere from $600,000 to $640,000 a year for all of the meter systems that we have. And then when we're looking, again, the kiosk systems will also affect the lots. Our downtown parking lots generate anywhere from $175,000 upwards of $225,000 in the last couple of years. So I do want to discuss the mobile LPR system. We had 2 vendors submit for this. With this is a great efficiency of staff time use. So in our current day, we literally go park our vehicle. Our parking enforcement officers are walking throughout the downtown. Residential districts, we're still driving because we can see stickers the majority of the time. But downtown, we're walking throughout the downtown, and it's not a very efficient system. And then with our parking app, we literally have to put in license plates to make sure that they've paid for these apps. It's a very labor-intensive system we have. I'm not here to tell you that I want our team to write as many tickets as possible, because that's not what I want our team to do. I want people to use our downtown parking system honestly and pay for the spaces they have, and then our parking team wouldn't have to write the tickets. So as far as an LPR system, it can be used for multiple purposes: payment enforcement, local resident permit enforcement, time restrictions and kiosk enforcement, or parking data reporting for city purposes. There are some cons with it, as in there are yearly maintenance costs that we have to cover for that. And then sometimes weather does play an issue with it. If there's certain fog, snow, rain, we get a lot of snow in the winter and we get ice on our vehicles in the winter, so sometimes that'll play an issue with license plates. So the weather can play a little bit of a role in this. When we look at the mobile LPR system, as far as a yearly software cost, that's going to range, and again, this is the general submissions by the vendors. This is not hard numbers at the current time. It's the general numbers we received. They're going to range from $20,000 to $35,000 per year for software costs. Equipment costs and installation up front are going to be anywhere between $75,000 and $200,000 for startup equipment. As far as admin costs, we will have staff time for system management, user issues, and enforcement integration. Along with that, we'll have technical support for integrating our enforcement systems, contract management, minimal hardware needs. When we look at a total cost, it's going to range from $20,000 to $35,000 for the software once it's installed and up and running. And then as far as our yearly costs, we're factoring between fuel and maintenance, we're going to be about $7,800 per vehicle is what we're factoring for this. The efficiencies that this will drive, though, is hands down amazing. We looked at it and we did the downtown spatial look. Our vehicles with our one-ways and how our system's set up, it's going to take one vehicle at least 1 hour to drive throughout the whole downtown. Majority of our speed limits are around 25, 30, and we have one-way streets that you potentially would have to go down twice. So one vehicle could go throughout the downtown. We're factoring in about an hour and 15 minutes, depending on citations written. We did some other Midwest city comparisons. Cedar Rapids was one of them. They are 100% pay-by-plate. They do not have the meters on the streets. They use an LPR system for enforcement, which is what we just discussed. They do have 15 on-street pay stations located in various areas throughout the downtown. They are right at 1,100 spaces. Dubuque right now, we have right at, I believe, 1,800 spaces. I believe it's 1,830. So we have a vast, much larger space than what Cedar Rapids currently has. They use the Park Mobile and Passport apps, which that is an option. You can have multiple apps in a city. They use QR codes that are displayed on various street signs in the areas. And in 83% of the parkers use the app compared to 17% using a kiosk system. So they are definitely trending more on the app side. We also looked at Des Moines. Again, they're using Park Mobile as their app. They have 1 to 2 kiosks per block, accepting credit cards and debit cards. Also quarters for payments. Each space is identified with a space number. They do not have a pay-by-plate option. They are pay-by-space. So you pull into a space and that's what it is. We are looking at a pay-by-plate option, so your vehicle goes into the system. They are not using an LPR enforcement due to they are a pay-by-space number. They have a text-to-pay option, and some areas are limited to 4 hours at max, which we can do with the system. And then currently 70% of the parkers use the app compared to 30% using a kiosk system. Iowa City still has meters on the streets and lots. They accept coins and debit cards. It's not as user-friendly as a system. They're looking at moving forward with the Park Mobile app coming up, and then they are not using an LPR system. A specific town that we did a little more research on was Waterloo, Iowa. So Waterloo, Iowa, the first hour of parking is free. Along with that, they have LPR enforcement. After that first hour free, Then it is $1 per hour. And when you go up to the 4-hour limit, then it's $2 per hour. They do have the options of parking kiosks. They have 18 of them downtown and a mobile option available to pay for parking. Waterloo has right at 800 spaces. Again, fines for first-time violations are 15, but if you get a second violation, it runs up to 20. And then for vehicles that remain in violation for more than 4 hours in a single day, have fines up to $30. How this works, I want to go back to Waterloo. How Waterloo works is when you drive downtown and you pull into a space, you don't do anything with their system. You literally park your vehicle. If you're going to be there for 30 minutes, you go do what you need, you come back out to your vehicle and you take off. If you go downtown and you are going out to eat and you go out to eat and you're hitting that hour limit, they have the mobile app that you can go on the mobile app, you can pay by plate, and it's in the system. They do not register their vehicles until they're going to hit about that hour limit. The other thing with this location is if anybody parks there overnight, they will also get that first hour free in the morning, and I believe they regulate it from 8 till 5 p.m. on a daily basis. When we look at our recommendations, we're recommending the mobile app and the kiosk parking system. What this would be is parkers pay for what they use. Offers multiple payment options with mobile pay, physical cash, or QR codes. Encourages turnover of the most desirable spaces. System produces time-stamped evidence of transactions. It allows cash options for all to use, and it's data-driven for future decisions, and on-street kiosks for the street and the lots would match up as we move forward. We're also recommending moving forward with the license plate LPR system. It increases the efficiency of staff, which will be a very big help to the downtown. It can be used for multiple purposes, including payment enforcement, parking data, for city planners, local resident permit enforcement, and time restriction and kiosk enforcement. So with that, we're here for any questions that you have.
Great. Thank you, Ryan. Very informative. All right. Let's talk questions, discussion.
I do want to note, as questions are asked, I may defer to Brian McGann or Russ Steckline to fill in some of the information.
It's pretty disappointing. Expected you to have all the answers. All of them.
Good.
Yeah. All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Spring, go ahead.
Thank you. Ryan, how many kiosks are you thinking that we would need? Would we put it on like one? So would you put like one for every 2 blocks or something? Or just like, yeah.
I'm going to allow Brian McGann to work with this.
Okay.
Brian McGann's from Walker Consulting. He's worked with us from the beginning when we started doing this study. When we initially did the study, we looked at how close they needed to be with that. And we felt pretty confident with where we were, but as we started branching out and talking to other cities accordingly, we were finding that they weren't needed. People would go to that mobile app, and that mobile app was so much easier to use than actually physically going to the pay station. When we started this study, I traveled to multiple different cities, and one of them was Omaha, and I talked to probably 15 to 20 of the people parking there. I let them know I had a city shirt on, so I didn't look that crazy. But I asked them, like, why aren't you using the kiosk? And they're like, 'cause watch. And they just, 3 seconds, they were done on their phone, and they went into the store. So it's a big change that way. And then overall expense-wise, they're cutting them back, and it's reducing their overall costs that they have to have. So we spec'd it out at $263, and we're like, well, this will be super efficient for everyone. Then as we started to really dig deep into this, it's, well, people are going to start to drift to this mobile app. And with that mobile app, it would reduce the city's maintenance costs and overall annual costs down. So I'm going to let Brian answer this. I believe we could see a pretty drastic reduction in what we're looking at, though.
Thank you, Ryan. Brian McGann with Walker Consultants. So what we did in the design is we took everything where you're doing pay parking right now, and we have levels of service. We said essentially the way it works out is that you put one per block face. wherever there's parking, and center it on the meters on that block, assuming it's not the entire block. So that's what we have. I don't think you have any long blocks, so I don't think there's anywhere with 2, but maybe I could be wrong. Almost all of them are 1 per block face. Also, that would be 1 on this side of the block and 1 on that side of the block. Discouraging jaywalking, although, you know, you can actually use any meter you want. You know, if somebody ran over one, you could use the one across the street. It makes no difference. So that's the criteria we used for the design. So that I would call that full coverage, and you could decide to back away or reduce that number, as Ryan was mentioning.
Because I just think of, and I appreciate knowing that, I just think of the infrastructure that's going to take to power these, because they're going to need power
Solar.
to operate. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have solar cells. They have a solar cell and a battery. So
Okay.
none of them, you don't have anywhere where you're putting it under cover. So it would be entirely solar powered.
Okay. I like that even better. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
I got a quick follow-up on Mr. Sprank's question. There was a number you gave at some point in this presentation, 200 something, a number of kiosks? Okay, and so that's the number based on what you just described?
Yes.
Ryan, okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Resnick?
Thank you. Thanks for the information. For me, convenience is very important because we want to make downtown safe, easy, and fun. And that's for the people, you know, coming down here, not necessarily for us. And a lot of the things that you mentioned would make it easier for us, which means less expensive overall. But it's, you know, we've worked, as you know, very hard to get people to come on downtown. And if there's like, oh, that's a nightmare. We don't want that to happen. So a couple questions. Are there going to be ads on this mobile app? You know, you get this app and it's a free app, but hey, look at all these annoying ads.
No.
Okay.
They don't put ads on them because they charge a convenience fee. It's maybe not flattering, but it's the Ticketmaster model, but with very much smaller fees.
Thank you. So to me, less time is prime parking. Instead of charging more, it says 20 minutes on some of ours. That means that's prime parking. And you pay a certain amount. And then, you know, if you move it up a spot, it doesn't bother me. I mean, they still have to come out here and plug the meter, or it's just more expensive for them to keep plugging that meter. So I'm hoping that we don't have, this is close to whatever, so it's more per hour. Is that what you meant by regulating our prime spots?
So that's based on data. In our current system, there's no way to gather this data. And Mr. Reckner, you are correct, where we could set that limit, so we could increase certain prime locations downtown, or we can let that as a flat rate. And with our new system having this data, I will be able to come to council and explain those locations to say, I'm just using an example, right around First and Main, that's a hot spot that we want to raise that rate 25 cents an hour. And that could potentially create that turnover. That's not something we have to do. That is something that's a potential future state if we went with the newer technology.
Thanks. And when you say we create turnover, that's a pain for the people parking. You know, they don't want to all of a sudden have to do something. It's like, oh, well, you know, if it says 20 minutes, I got 20 minutes to do what I'm doing, right? And if that's, as long as that's, you know, part of it, they know how long they have. Anyway, that's just my opinion. So will these kiosks read QR codes?
They will have QR codes, yes.
Okay, so you can have are we going to have they could purchase a card with a QR code, and that's it's identified as them, and they could just do this and then walk away?
So the system will have, depending on which system we move forward with, we can put QR codes on the spaces. We'll still have spaces that are identified. We have a lot of businesses that use meter bags throughout the downtown and contractors. So we want to be able to do those meter bags for that convenience. So we'll still have those spaces downtown. And as they pull into the space, potentially whichever vendor we move forward with, we can have a QR code for both whichever apps we have, so they can scan that QR code and pay directly right there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. Is there a device to detect whether a car or a truck is in that space. I mean, they have lots of things where you walk up to a light and it turns on automatically because it's detected something or someone is there. And then, so that we could use that combined with this. So if somebody leaves, it starts over. And they don't use the last 10 minutes as somebody else's. But, so somebody is there, somebody is not there, and we reset it.
There are devices to look at whether a vehicle's in its space. I think the key thing to remember here is that we're not doing pay by space, we're doing pay by plate. So if you buy 4 hours of parking and your car is here or here or here, it doesn't, as long as you haven't moved to a completely different zone with a different rate structure, it's still going to be, you're still good for the 4 hours, I guess. And when the 4 hours is over, then you would need to pay more. One thing you mentioned, at least one of the cities in your example, that they had graduated rates. That's a thing that Omaha does. They do, if you want to stay an hour, it's $2. If you want to stay 8 hours, it becomes like $10 an hour or something. So they make it, and that's how you can create turnover. And these systems would support anything like that.
Thank you. Thanks for great use of data, and I'm looking forward to more recommendations and making a decision. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Russo?
Thank you. Well, I thought this was a great presentation. I loved all the options and showing the pros and cons. That was really helpful. I agree that we must have a cash option. It just has to be. I also like the app that reminds you when your meter's about to expire. So if you're sitting in a meeting or a restaurant, you just, go on your phone and add another hour or whatever. That's really helpful. I did not like the options that said the taxpayers would be paying the bill as opposed to the users of the parking. Not an option that I would choose. But I wondered if you could help me better understand the pay-by-plate or the license plate parking. How does that work? So I'm used to, I pull up to the spot, I pay for the spot where I am. My license plate doesn't really come into play. How has that changed?
So how that will work is with an LPR system and with the new, depending on the vendor we go with, you create geogrids or sections of your downtown. So as you pull up to a parking space in the downtown, you will pull up the app or you'll go to the kiosk and you will physically type in your license plate, and you can type in your license plate and then you're going to park for 4 hours. So like Brian stated, as long as you don't move out of that geogrid area, you can move your car 4 or 5 times. It's perfectly fine with us. Because as the LPR system goes through, it's going to read your license plate is still in this area and your 4 hours is still active. The moment that you move outside that geogrid area is when you'd have to resupplement and repay by your plate. The reason we like pay by plate instead of the pay by space is it gives our users a lot more flexibility. And a lot of people remember their license plate and don't remember the space they parked in. And we don't want them walking to and from just to remember the space that they were in.
So if I wanted to visit 2 downtown businesses in a few blocks, I could easily do that if
Correct.
it was in the same area.
Correct.
Okay. That's very helpful. So thank you.
I do want to reference, we have the new technology in our parking ramps currently, and that technology in the ramps, we made the decision to have that cash option in the ramps, and we have the pay on foot stations, and we've had that running for a couple months now, and we see very, very, very few people using that cash option. The majority of the people in the ramps are using the QR code or the credit cards as we move in and out of the ramps. That is another option as people park downtown. If they don't want to park on the on-street, our ramps, they can easily pull in, and we have plenty of capacity in the ramps. And again, they can use the QR code, they can use the pay on foot station or credit cards accordingly. The big reason for trying to get people off of streets is people that we don't want people spending 10 hours on downtown in a parking spot. It doesn't create that turnover for the shops. And with that, it also doesn't create the turnover for the schools and the residents that utilize the downtown. And that's where if we have people downtown parking in our prime spots and plan on staying there for 3, 4, 5 hours, we want them to go into the ramps. I understand they might have to walk an extra block or two, but it still allows it frees up that space on the street for people that just need to pull in to Jimmy John's to get a sub, or to pull into a coffee shop to get something. People that are parking on the streets for 10 hours, we really want to push them into the ramps to free up that prime real estate on the street.
So, one more question.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say apps, plural, that we could have
Yes.
multiple apps?
We can have multiple apps for the city. I can tell you right now, my administrative support team is saying, Ryan, don't say that, but we definitely can have multiple apps for our downtown. It's literally us enrolling with the app and just putting a different sticker/QR code on our signs.
So if you were somebody from Des Moines and you were here in town and we're using the same app,
Mm-hmm.
you could, okay, that'd be great.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Wethel?
So thanks for the comparisons to other cities. I think that was really helpful and will be helpful moving forward. If you've seen one city's parking system, you've seen one city's parking system. It kind of looks like they vary with some common themes. One question I had was, you had quoted that we have 1,800 other actual spaces in Dubuque. Are you including our ramps when you say 1,800? No, so that's on-street parking. Okay, and the same for comparison system, cities like the 1,100 spaces in CR are they're on-street. Okay. And then a question on the parking kiosks. So the vendor platform fees and the maintenance, there's a vast difference. Wow. Could you share just, I mean, I'm not asking you to do a deep dive, but the difference between an annual maintenance of those 263 units is either 78,000 or 410,000. I have to be honest, that makes me a little uncomfortable.
Me also.
Yeah, yes. It was surprising how big it was, and the you know we're doing some analysis to see how it lines up against our technical specifications, and you know as we go forward, assuming we're going forward, we would look at references and so forth, and you know where they maybe deviate possibly from the specifications. It's a larger range than I would have expected, but on the low end, it's a pretty nice price.
I would say not nice price. I
A lesser price.
that I guess just the idea that would be our buy-in, but then an additional $1,500 a year just for maintenance, that seems just.
So I do want to specify, we haven't discussed this with any vendors yet. This is initial bids, and I put
okay.
all bids in here so that it showed the range that we had.
Okay.
Again, we haven't signed a contract with anyone. We're here discussing and going through these numbers. Same for the LPR system. There was a range in there also.
Yes.
But I wanted to make sure that I was representing all of the bids that came back
Got it.
to show you guys the vast difference in the downtown parking systems. Same thing with the kiosk system that range from $1,500 to $7,000 a kiosk. There are different standards on how they run and operate. So some are, we're going to say it, some are the Cadillac of the kiosk systems and some aren't. But I'm not saying we need the Cadillac for our town here right now. I'm saying this is what was submitted through the RFP, and this is what I wanted to bring you guys to show you that there is this big range that is out there that we received.
I was thinking maybe those ones park your car for you.
No, no.
Just kidding. The other question I have, last one, is there any state code that regulates parking enforcement? And sorry, maybe Krenna, that's more your way. And I don't mean to put you on the spot. I just kind of thought about it as we were speaking.
With regards to fines for certain things,
I'm-
yes.
okay.
But with, so there is going to be state code regulations for things like parking in fire lanes, parking in disabled parking spaces. But everything else usually is regulated at the local level.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Staver?
Yeah. So, I think if you're not concerned about what's kind of going on downtown right now, you're not really paying attention. I mean, businesses are closing downtown. It's hard to get a business going downtown. I think parking is, discourages people from going downtown to shop. I think whatever system we lean towards, I think it would be really smart to include a grace period up to an hour. So I see a lot of cities are doing 2 hours of free parking while you're downtown shopping. I think what we're trying to do is encourage people to go downtown by having parking available, but I don't think we want to make that parking available by discouraging people to go downtown. I think what we're really trying to accomplish is to stop the bad actors, which are the people that are abusing the system, that are sitting there for going to work, carpooling, they all jump in a car and then they go to work and leave their cars, spread out throughout the downtown. So I think we need to figure out a system that, directly tries to eliminate that while encouraging people to go down to shop, to use the businesses downtown. I think that, that first free short-term parking makes a lot of sense for sure the business owners and the customers. I saw somewhere in here where you were looking at the actual revenue generated, and then somewhere else I thought I saw something in relationship to the employee costs for each system, it was mentioned. So to me, it'd be interesting to see like the employee costs for our current meter system or your, I guess, projections for any one of these other systems against what we're currently costs are.
So when we discussed our average yearly cost for maintenance, that was that $34,000 to $36,000. When we looked at our timeline for our team currently right now, that is what it's based on. So as far as cash collection and meter maintenance, that's what we're factoring our yearly cost is as far as operational.
So your maintenance is enforcement?
No, this does not include enforcement. Enforcement's not in this at all. This is just to maintain this is to maintain the meters and collect the cash from the meters. It is not enforcement at all. Enforcement's a totally separate bucket.
I think that should be considered or should be part of all these, because that's a cost associated with whatever system.
Correct.
Come up
And
with.
I'm sorry. Our enforcement at the current time, we write anywhere. I'm sorry. Our revenue generally is around that $275,000 range. We usually write about $275,000 to $300,000 worth of tickets throughout the year. And then as far as our enforcement, I have. Give me 1 second. I did pull that. I know I have it. Our enforcement for FY25 is right around $243,000 in costs. Oh, I'm sorry. Our enforcement for revenue was right at $243,000 in FY25. And I believe that offsets the majority of our costs for our actual physical parking enforcement team.
So there's,
But that is a number I can come back to council with for sure.
yeah, basically, I think what would be helpful is just what our net is
Okay.
at the end of the day. In terms of the kiosk, I think, I don't think that's a great place to start just because of the initial costs of, if you got 260 units, you're talking 400,000 to almost 2 million just to purchase the units. And then, like Ms. Bethel said, the giant yearly cost.
The cost.
And then you're kind of married to it. I think, if anything, I would like to see something kind of like a combination of Cedar Falls or a couple of the other ones. I think the LPR, is a lot lower cost, can support multiple, I guess, systems in a way. That, with an app, well, I think somebody said something about College Hill there, so When we have, the schools, we can, use an app maybe in those areas. And if it doesn't work, then we can adjust. An app is almost no upfront cost.
That's correct.
So, the flexibility makes sense, especially since we're kind of starting over. Why go to something, that we'd be married to? Why not go to the cheapest option and work our way forward if it doesn't work out? But I think at the end of the day, for me, the initial free parking makes a lot of sense for customers and businesses. I mean, that's ultimately, I think, who we're trying to serve above anybody else downtown. One other thing that really jumped out at me is, how many blocks is our meter to downtown? It seems like we're way expansive compared to these other cities that have double our population.
So we have meters that start at First Street and run all the way to 18th Street, and then we go from Bluff down to Washington
Which
to
is
encompass the area.
So it's 18,
We have 1,800 meter spaces, yes.
so we have 18 blocks by how many blocks?
Oh. We have a map, we'll pull it up quick. Oh, I'm sorry, I can tell you that. One thing I didn't put in there was a picture I show you guys every year for budget presentation. We're about 8 blocks by 8 blocks, depending on how you look at it. I mean, there's some you're gonna fill in certain sections.
I thought you said first to 18th.
Yes, but if you look at our entire breakdown, we're not a square. And it's my fault, I should have put this in the slide. We're not a square, we're kind of built on a longer system. But I can definitely bring that back
Yeah,
to city
but you
council.
think we're approximately 8 blocks by 8 blocks?
We'll have to define what technically the city
Yeah,
block
I
looks
don't
like.
think 260 kiosks would work into that.
But you also have to remember, we have the parking lots we're putting in it also.
Okay.
So it's not just the metered spaces, it's also the parking lots that we're looking at downtown also.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to jump in with a couple things first, and then I'll come back to some more questions for a few more minutes. Is there a thought about going with fewer spots, just in general? I mean, not having enforcement that is on such a large region? Because I was caught off by that. I mean, especially Cedar Rapids. I mean, they're so much lower than we are. That's kind of interesting because they're quite a bit larger than we are. But their downtown is also very different than Dubuque's downtown, and I understand that too. So just hear your thoughts on that.
So as we looked at all the downtowns that we researched, everyone had their specific thing that they had. Some were literally built in squares, which is great, where ours is not technically built in a square. What we were looking at is, when we put the RFPs out, we want to collect data back because our current systems, we have zero data. We do use our Passport parking app, which gives us some, but I would say only 30% of our parkers currently use that app. They're actually still using the meters for the majority of it. So what we're looking at here is we'd like to collect the data and then come back to council and say, hey, let's potentially shrink this down. That's where when we did the RFP and we had 263 kiosks in it, and as we continue to research this out, less kiosks is definitely something we're going to look at as we move forward throughout the downtown. What that's going to look like, I don't know. We're going to keep digging through this. I just wanted to make sure that's the direction we're looking at. And then from there, Mr. Mayor, we can come back to City Council and let you know that these streets literally have zero revenue that are promoted from them. We can take them and move kiosks off of them to further the downtown area and open that up to free parking or a time limit parking, depending on how we want to handle that.
Yeah, that's good to hear. I appreciate that. All right, a couple more minutes, and then we can close out here. So go ahead, Ms.
I
Wells.
just wanted to make a quick comment on what Councilmember Staber had discussed in like a free parking period. It looked like the free parking period, I think it was Mankato, Davenport, Ames, just to grab a couple names, were a 2-hour free period. I didn't really see, do some cities do like a 1-hour free period, as he had mentioned?
Waterloo does a 1-hour free parking
Okay.
period. Some of them did a 2-hour, some of them range from 2 hours to 24 hours of free parking. Some of them based their inner city at a 2-hour, and as you moved off of that main drag, it would be a 3-hour, and then further out would be actually free. I believe, was it Ames? Ames, Iowa has their own setup where downtown is metered and outside of the downtown is a 2-hour parking time limit. Everyone's built a little bit differently, and that's where we're looking at how do we want to build Dubuque.
All right. Well, I'm hearing, just to kind of summarize, this is what I've got. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm hearing we want to make this as easy as possible for people to use. That's really important. And I've heard pretty much everybody say we want more people downtown. So if we're going to enforce this, we want to have people coming here and using this and make it something that draws people in and obviously doesn't push people away. Data gathering is good. I don't know if I heard people talk about that so much, but I mean, that's a great byproduct of this entire situation, is that we'd actually be able to gather more information on what the actual usage is. You're already doing that in the ramps now, and I
Yes.
think that's incredibly helpful to be able to have that information for real and then track it over time, because things are changing downtown and we know that. Last couple of things is I'm hearing there is definitely some appetite for some sort of a hybrid / flexible option here that could help people make the transition into this, because we're basically time traveling from 1950 to 2026. I mean, that's what's happening here. So we need to make sure that we're helping people make that transition, and then obviously keeping costs in mind. I didn't hear a whole lot of excitement to go all in on the most expensive option here. It seemed like it would be a challenge for us, but we understand too that the price tag comes along with the ability to transition more slowly into this option, and I think that's part of it. Hopefully I wasn't way off in any of those summaries right there, but I do appreciate the information. This is, you did pack a lot in. You've been feeding this to us for a while, and I think this was a great package to be able to say, this is everything that's going on. So thanks a lot for taking the time, and thanks for being here to be able to answer any questions.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. All right. Well, there's no further business in the work session, so we are adjourned until 6:30. Tricia Gleason, Assistant City Clerk, you are hereby directed to call a regular session of the City Council to be held on Monday, May 4th, 2026 at 6:30 PM in the historic Federal Building for the purpose of conducting such business that may properly come before the City Council.
Good evening and welcome to a regular session of Dubuque City Council for May 4th, 2026. As a reminder to our participants, you can provide in-person input or virtual audio and written input during the sections on the agenda where the public input is accepted. Input options during the live meeting include in-person attendees may approach the podium when the mayor asks if there is any public input on the item they would like to speak to. Remote attendees can log into GoToMeeting using the login links, phone numbers, and access codes that appear on the broadcast and live stream and posted on the front page of the meeting agenda. This option includes audio input and written chat input. If you are participating via computer, indicate which item you would like to speak to in the chat function or note that you would like to speak during the appropriate section. If you are participating via phone, indicate which item you would like to speak to during the appropriate section. All comments, whether in person or virtual, must be accompanied by the name and address. Additionally, written public input is accepted by contacting the City Council directly from the city's webpage at www.cityofdubuque.org/councilcontacts and through the City Clerk's office email at ctyclerk@cityofdubuque.org. This information will be reiterated during the meeting. Attendance for this session is as follows. Mayor Kavanaugh.
Here.
Council members Resnick.
Here.
Roussel.
Here.
Sprank.
Here.
Staver.
Here.
Wethel.
Here.
City Manager Van Milligan.
Here.
And City Attorney Brumwell.
Here.
Mayor Kavanaugh, I'll turn it over to you for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Trish. I invite all who are able to please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
First item on tonight's agenda is recognition of the 2025 Emory R. Rogers Leadership in Building Safety Fellowship recipient Shane Hooper.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Maddie Haverland, Director of Housing and Community Development. I'm excited to share the achievement of our plans examiner, Shane Hooper. Shane was recently awarded the Emory R. Rogers Leadership in Building Safety Fellowship from the International Code Council. This fellowship is awarded annually to only one building safety professional and aims to enhance leadership skills through an eligible program sponsored by an institute of higher education. The fellowship provides up to $20,000 to cover the full educational program costs and travel expenses for the recipient. Shane intends to complete the Senior Executives in State and Local Government program at Harvard University. This is a well-deserved honor as Shane cares deeply about building safety, education, and most of all, people. As a Master Code professional, he's done the work to achieve the most prestigious designation in his industry. As an individual, he designed, constructed, and resides in a passive house. Well, mostly passive house now, demonstrating his integrity for not only advocating for energy efficiency, but modeling it in his own life. He has a talent for translating code into layman's terms, putting people at ease, and demystifying a world that's truly complex for anybody who's unfamiliar with it. I have a unique perspective in that Shane and I started working as housing inspectors just months apart from each other in 2018. I came from a social work background, and he had joined us after running his own green energy business and years of construction experience. Needless to say, I was the person with the knowledge deficit here. Shane provided quiet mentorship to me. He helped me navigate code books, understand the why behind the codes, and took the time to show me examples in the field of what we had discussed in the office. This experience, though, is not unique. Shane provides the same value to all of his coworkers, contractors, developers, or any other inquiring mind. We're very proud of Shane in this well-deserved award and grateful to have his knowledge and expertise in serving our community. Congratulations, Shane.
Yeah, thank you for the recognition. And Maddie and I had a joint mentoring relationship. She taught me about people, I taught her about buildings. So it worked out for both of us. For those of you who don't know, the International Code Council kind of creates most of the codes that we enforce here in the city. And I've been fortunate enough to get support from the city and city council to participate in a lot of their code development processes and committees. The International Code Council has provided a lot of leadership training and technical training for me and a lot of the folks back here in our department. So I thank all of y'all for the opportunity to do that.
Excellent. Well, Shane, we're incredibly proud of you. The whole city is. So this is what a great opportunity that you have too, to be able to use this fellowship for future education, to be able to bring even more back to the city of Dubuque. So congratulations.
Thank you.
I tried to get out of the picture, it didn't work. Yeah. All right, congratulations, Shane.
Next on the agenda are proclamations. We have 7 proclamations tonight.
All right, our first proclamation is Building Safety Month. And joining us here with at least 1 hour of sleep, I believe, is Senator Tom Townsend. So come on up.
Thank you. Really, I want to congratulate the city for recognizing Building Safety Month. Building Safety Month was established in 1980, so more than 45 years we've been honoring building safety because, we've realized that even though a lot of people think that the codes and regulations are just things to make your life miserable, they're really to make your home safer, because when you're at home, you should feel like you're safe and you shouldn't have to worry about, that the construction was done right or that the plumbing or electrical was done right and your house is going to burn down. So those codes are vital, and keeping up, in the time I've worked in construction for 40 years, the things have, everything has changed. Technology's changed, the concerns of safety, everything has changed, and for the most part, for the better. There used to be way more people getting injured and killed in construction jobs, let alone, just accidents in people's homes. And the last thing we want is to have a building collapse or something where people get killed. So anyhow, thank you very much.
Well, Tom, thank you for all the work that you have done on this subject. I mean, you've educated every one of us up here on this, and we know that you've lived an entire life dedicated to this and making sure that people are safe, and taking it all the way to the state capitol at this point. So thank you for the work that you do. So I'll read the proclamation first, then I'll bring you up. Yeah, I know. That's the 1 hour sleep right there, Tom. Yeah.
I'm still just a little punchy.
That's all right.
So.
Yeah, we understand. City of Dubuque proclamation. Whereas the City of Dubuque is committed to recognizing that our growth and strength depends on the safety and essential role our homes, buildings, and infrastructure play, both in everyday life and when disasters strike. And whereas our confidence in the resilience of these buildings is achieved through the devotion of vigilant guardians, including housing and building inspectors, fire marshals, architects, engineers, builders, HVAC installers, electricians, plumbers, and others in the construction industry, who work year-round to ensure the safe design, construction, and occupation of buildings. And whereas these guardians are dedicated to continually expanding their knowledge to provide guidance and implementation of relevant and quality codes to protect us in the buildings where we live, learn, work, and play. And whereas these modern building codes include safeguards to protect the public from hazards such as building deterioration and decay, snowstorms, tornadoes, wind damage, fires, and floods. And whereas Building Safety Month reminds the public about the critical role of our community's largely unknown protectors of public safety, our local inspectors and code officials, who assure us of safe, sustainable, and affordable buildings that are essential to our prosperity. And whereas Built to Last, the theme for Building Safety Month 2026, encourages us all to get involved and raise awareness about building safety on a personal, local, and global scale. And whereas each year, in observance of Building Safety Month, people all over the world are asked to consider the commitment to improve building safety, resilience, and economic investment at home and in the community, and to acknowledge the essential service provided to all of us by local building, engineer, planning, and fire departments in protecting lives and property. Now, therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council, staff, and residents of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as Building Safety Month. Nothing better than a picture, Tom. Okay, our next proclamation is Mental Health Month, and I believe Vicki Gassman, maybe Sue Whitty and Lynn Gallagher are all here. Yeah, we'll see who we get out of all three.
Hello, I'm Sue Whitty from Mental Health America of Dubuque County, and this is Brenna. And we're here to thank you for declaring Mental Health Month this May. Mental Health America is one of the the longest standing mental health advocacy organization in the United States, and we've been around here in Dubuque since 1957. And each year we ask you to do this. Our theme this year is More Good Days. Unfortunately, not everyone has more good days, and suicide is a significant health risk in our community. Every 11 minutes, someone dies of suicide. Every 11 minutes. Iowa's suicide rate is higher than the national average. And our older adult community has the highest suicide rate. Most people don't know that. One good piece of information is since enacting 988 and funding it, and Iowa has chosen to do that, as has Dubuque County. We have reduced the suicide rate for our younger adult population. And those people we have reduced it by up to 20% in the states that rigorously enhance that. So we know this is important, so thank you for doing it and acknowledging our proclamation.
Yeah. Well, Sue and Brenna, thank you so much for being here and providing us not just with the opportunity to make sure that we celebrate Mental Health Month every single year, but that you bring that information to remind us the importance of it. The work that you do is incredibly important, and we recognize that. We're glad that you're here to accept this proclamation today. So thank you. City of Dubuque Proclamation. Whereas for over 60 years, Mental Health America has brought together mental health providers, consumers, family members, advocates, and concerned residents to serve as an effective voice for mental health in this area. And whereas maintaining good mental health is vital to overall health and well-being, and mental health conditions are common, manageable, and treatable. And whereas 1 in 5 people will experience a mental health condition in any given year, and about half of Americans will meet the criteria for a diagnosable mental health condition at some point in their lives, with symptoms often beginning by age 14. And whereas mental health challenges affect people of all ages, backgrounds, and communities, and early intervention and access to care can save lives and improve outcomes. And whereas seeking help for mental health concerns is an act of strength, and increasing awareness about mental health can reduce stigma, improve understanding, and connect individuals to the resources they need. And whereas the theme for Mental Health Month 2026, Turn Awareness into Action, highlights the need to move beyond awareness and take meaningful steps toward improving mental health in our communities. And whereas May is recognized nationally as Mental Health Awareness Month, providing an opportunity to raise awareness, combat stigma, and promote mental health resources. Now, therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council, staff, and residents of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as Mental Health Month in the City of Dubuque, Iowa, and call upon the residents, government agencies, educational institutions, businesses, and schools in the Dubuque area to recommit our community to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health, challenge stigmas surrounding mental health, seek help for themselves, and to create supportive environments for others. Okay, next up is Preservation Month, and Janice Esser is here today to accept this proclamation, I believe.
Thankfully, we have a large group.
Great. One of you has to speak.
I was not prepared. So Chris will.
I'm
Please,
Chris
Chris.
Happ Olson. I'm Chris Happ Olson. I'm an assistant planner, and I have the pleasure of serving the Historic Preservation Commission. And today I have with us our chair, Janice Esser, and 2 commissioners, Adam Schwendiger and Chad Widoff. And so we are happy to be able to provide this to the community and to be able to celebrate preservation this month through our preservation awards and architecture days in communion with, or coordination with Dubuque Main Street And we thank you for your support of historic preservation.
Well, thank you very much, Chris, and everyone who was able to be here tonight. We appreciate it. We really do appreciate the work that you do. It's incredibly important in a city like Dubuque that our history is so much of who we are. And just know that we take that seriously in all the discussions that we have, and sincerely appreciate the work that you're doing, and always appreciate having Preservation Month on the calendar as well. So thank you for being here to accept this. City of Dubuque Proclamation. Whereas historic preservation is an effective tool for telling a more complete story of our community, fostering local pride, revitalizing neighborhoods, managing growth, creating sustainable communities, and enhancing livability. And whereas it is important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping to preserve the tangible aspects of the heritage that has shaped us as a people. And whereas the city honors preservation efforts annually through the Historic Preservation Commission's awards, in partnership with the Dubuque County Historic Preservation Awards and Dubuque Main Street, taking place on May 19th at the Carnegie Stout Public Library at 6 p.m. And whereas the nation marks 250 years of American independence, preservation efforts in 2026 are heavily focused on celebrating 250 years of American freedom, history, and heritage. And whereas May is National Preservation Month and is sponsored locally by the City of Dubuque Historic Preservation Commission, as it celebrates the theme, Harnessing the Power of Place, to emphasize how protecting historic spaces meets community needs and is an opportunity for the community to celebrate the people preserving our history that is significant to our community's past and future. Now, therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council, staff, and residents of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2026 as Preservation Month in the City of Dubuque, calling upon Dubuquers to join others across the United States in recognizing and participating in this special observance. We got Wally. That's perfect. Thanks, Wally. Thanks, everybody. Okay, next up, we have Public Service Recognition Week. So Jenny Messerich is here with us for this one.
Jenny Messerich here with the Employee Recognition Committee, and I just want to thank you for recognizing this, and we look forward to celebrating on Thursday.
Well, thank you very much, Jenny. Plainly spoken, as any good public servant would be, but, I do have to just say for a moment, that we've talked a lot about public service recently, and I just want you to know how much we appreciate you and everything you do to recognize this week, but every single staff member in the City of Dubuque. I just want everybody to remember that whenever you see somebody who works for the City of Dubuque, they are a public servant. They're somebody who has chosen a life of serving you and serving the community in its entirety. So I really do appreciate that we celebrate this week and get a chance to celebrate you as often as we can. So thanks for being here to accept this proclamation. City of Dubuque Proclamation. Whereas Americans, including the nearly 60,000 residents of Dubuque, are served every single day by public servants at the federal, state, county, and city levels. These unsung heroes do the work that keeps our community and nation working. And whereas public employees take not only jobs, but oaths to serve their communities. And whereas many public servants, including police officers, healthcare professionals, code enforcement officials, and others, risk their lives each day in service to their communities. And whereas day in and day out, all city staff provide diverse services to create a more viable, livable, equitable, and resilient community. And whereas public service employees in Dubuque are composed of many individuals respected for their ability, professionalism, and commitment to doing the best job possible. Now, therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council, staff, and residents of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim the week of May 3rd through the 9th, 2026, as Public Service Recognition Week. Okay, on to number 5 of 7 here, celebration of Indigenous Heritage Day. So Mary Ann Conzit and Lemetra Murdoch, I believe, are here, along with Grace Dean as well, I see.
Hello, everyone. How you doing tonight? We are so super excited to be here. I'm trying to hold it in. So we have this great event that's coming up on May 16th at the Multicultural Family Center, where our mission is that we empower families and individuals through cultural exchange, learning, belonging, and celebration. And one way that we can do this with our small yet mighty team is through impactful community partnerships. So for this particular event, we have the honor of partnering with Bluff Strokes Neighborhood Support, the DRA, and of course, the City of Dubuque. And we also want to feature our special guest from Native Pride. So all of these community partners come together to throw this wonderful, safe event of belonging at the Multicultural Family Center, where we will be hosting a tremendous event with a lot of culture, food, fashion, music, storytelling, all of the above. It's free to the community, and we want to invite everyone out to come out and celebrate with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lemetra.
I just want to invite everyone from the council, from the city, to this special event that we've been planning for quite a while. We have Larry Yazzie, who is a nationally known dancer. We're going to have drummers. We're going to have food. We're going to have Jonathan Buffalo, who is a historian, to come to speak. So it'll be a very detailed event on the indigenous people of our area. Grace.
I'm Grace Dean, the president of Love Street Neighborhood Association, and it is with my dream to bring different cultural dances into the city of Dubuque that sparked this idea for me to work as a liaison with the Meskwaki Fox Sack Band, the only federally recognized tribal nation in Iowa, to be able to work with their council, tribal leader, and to ask our council to consider creating an Indigenous Day so that we could remember some of the most important relationships that we Dubuquers have had since the very early time of our settlement, when Julian Dubuque actually traded and gifted and negotiated and collaborated with the Meskwaki Nation, who were settling at Catfish Creek. To commemorate this wonderful proclamation, and also to feature the fact of collaboration, we brought this idea and together met with the Multicultural Center, and together we turned this into something much larger, much more lasting, and much more enriching than it would have occurred just to have a singular event. I would also like for you to know that on behalf of the Bluff Street Neighborhood Association, the Multi-Family Cultural Center, the City Council, the Mayor, and all of the residents of Dubuque, we will be gifting the tribal nation a commissioned wool blanket with the design of Creekside to be presented at this event for the Tribal Council as a gift of goodwill, as a gift of rekindling a relationship that shall be something that we want to work on yearly so that we can grow the kind of remembering that we should have for our Indigenous people. And this will be presented to the tribal members on Saturday, the 16th. Thank you.
Well, thank you all for being here to accept this proclamation. This is going to be an exciting event, and you just described so many great things about it. So thank you for all your work on it, and thank you for holding this, and we're looking forward to being there. City of Dubuque Proclamation. Whereas celebration of Indigenous Heritage Day is an opportunity to honor Indigenous peoples' customs, food, dances, stories, and music, with a special focus on those connected to Iowa. And whereas celebration of Indigenous Heritage Day will be held at the Multicultural Family Center on Saturday, May 16th, 2026. And whereas this celebration recognizes the significant contributions of the Meskwaki tribe to the history, culture, and heritage of both the United States and the state of Iowa. And whereas this celebration will also recognize Indigenous nations and tribes with deep connections to this region, including the Meskwaki Nation and the earlier mound builders of the Iowa and Ho-Chunk people. And whereas this event will promote education and awareness within the community about how Indigenous peoples have historically and sustainably used the land, water, and natural resources in our region. Now therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council, staff, and residents of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim the 16th of May, 2026, as Celebration of Indigenous Heritage Day in the City of Dubuque, Iowa, and encourage all residents to participate in its observance and to honor the rich cultural heritage of Indigenous peoples. Thanks, Marianne. Okay, Kids to Parks Day. Matt Kalsovich is here.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Matt Kalsovich, Parks and Recreation Director. Thank you for this opportunity to recognize this, and I certainly want to just again thank all of you for recognizing the importance of a significant day like this. Certainly want to thank the National Park Trust for putting together such an initiative. I know it's been going on for some time now. And the Kids to Park Day, we hope, is really just the launch of people's exploration and enjoyment of our peak season. It's right about that time when the transition out of school into the summer and the excitement that that brings. And certainly it fits in about as well as anything we do with our mission in terms of providing opportunity, providing space for exploration, and especially for youth. So we appreciate this recognition.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Matt, for all the work that you do with Parks and Recreation. And this was such a blast last year, so I'm really looking forward to it again this year. It'll be a lot of fun. City of Dubuque proclamation. Whereas May 16th, 2026 is the 16th Kids to Parks Day organized and launched by the National Park Trust, held annually on the third Saturday of May. And whereas Kids to Parks Day empowers kids and encourages families to get outdoors and visit America's parks, public lands, and waters. And whereas we should encourage children to lead a more active lifestyle to combat issues of childhood obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and high cholesterol. And whereas Kids to Parks Day will broaden children's appreciation for nature and outdoors. Now therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council, staff, and residents of Dubuque, do hereby proclaim the 16th day of May, 2026, as Kids to Parks Day in the City of Dubuque, Iowa, and urge residents to make time on May 16th to take the children in their household to a neighborhood, state, or national park. Thank you so much. All right, last and certainly not least, the Dubuque Senior High School speech team for 2026. So I believe coaches Dean and Ernzen are here to accept this proclamation, so please come on up. Or just Ernzen. I mean, Dean doesn't have to come up if he doesn't want to.
Mayor Kavanaugh and Council, thank you for recognizing the Dubuque Senior Speech Team. We're very proud to bring home 2 state championships to Dubuque. We're one of only 2 schools that has ever accomplished this in the history of speech in Iowa. We have over 100 students represented at Dubuque Senior High School with over 100 performances this year, and we couldn't do it without the support of our parents, our faculty, the students who work so hard, our administration, and a community that we're so proud of that is such a strong supporter of the arts. So we thank you.
Well, thank you, Coach. And it just so everybody at home gets to see it too, you see a lot of the speech participants here lining the walls. And I want to thank you all personally for this and speak to you directly right now. First of all, coaches, you're incredible. The coaches for the senior speech team have done such a great job this year and really it's a major accomplishment. And we just started celebrating these state championships in these last few years. And it's such an exciting thing for us to be able to do that because we want you to know that your city is proud of you. Like, the work that you do is incredible work. I got to personally see all of it this year, and for me, it has been such a great time in my life to be able to witness that. But you are incredibly talented at what you do, and don't forget that, because you do a ton of work to make sure that you get there. So the fact that we get to celebrate you in the same way that we celebrate athletics or musical championships and things like that is really exciting. So I hope you're enjoying it. I hope we can fit you all in the picture when you come up here after I read this proclamation. So we'll do our very, very best. Well, City of Dubuque proclamation. Whereas the Dubuque Senior Speech Team received 24 All-State nominations to the large group All-State Speech Festival at Iowa State University on February 21st, 2026, and 27 All-State nominations to the Individual Events Speech Festival at the University of Northern Iowa on March 30th, 2026. And whereas the Dubuque senior speech team was awarded the E. Wayne Cooley Sweepstakes Trophy, given to the school with the most all-state entries at the festival, designating them as large group state champions for 2026, the 9th in school history. And whereas the Dubuque senior speech team was awarded the IE Sweepstakes Trophy, given to the school with the most all-state entries to the festival, designating them as the individual events state champions for 2026, their 14th consecutive state championship in individual events. And whereas the speech team received the Critics' Choice Award in the category of television newscasting for 2026 for the newscast WFMB, given to the top performer in that event at the Large Group Festival on February 21st, 2026, awarded by an expert in the field of television news. Now therefore, I, Brad M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the City of Dubuque, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council, staff, and residents of Dubuque, do hereby recognize the Dubuque Senior High School speech team as the 2026 Large Group and Individual Events State Champions. Let's do it. Yeah, let's all get in here. Yeah, everybody get in. Hey, everybody. Are you tired? What's up, buddy? Yep. All right. Yep. We got us all in there. Squeeze in tight. Yep. There we go. All right. Where are we looking? We're looking everywhere. Everybody look everywhere.
All of them.
All right, congratulations, you guys. Hello, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Get out of here. Yeah.
Good job. Your dad makes it amazing. Congratulations, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming.
Oh, yeah. We'll see ya.
Like, no one.
You know. All right. Now that we've done most of the fun stuff, onward, please, Trish.
Okay, moving on to consent items. At this time, anyone participating in the meeting in person who would like to discuss one of the consent items, please approach the podium when the mayor asks if there is any in-person input and state your name and address. For all remote attendees, please enter your name and address in the chat function or state your name and address over the phone when the mayor asks if there is any virtual input. If more than one participant would like to speak, then city staff will determine the speaking order of the participants. Please state the item you would like to remove from the consent agenda for separate discussion and consideration. Those items can be found on pages 1 through 4 of the agenda.
All right, thank you, Trish. Do we have anyone here in chambers who would like to remove any of the consent items for a separate discussion this evening? Seeing no one here, anyone virtually? Not that we can see.
I have someone virtual, but they have not said what item they would like to speak to
Okay.
on the agenda tonight. I'm still trying to communicate with them.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're not hearing anybody wants to pull anything from the consent agenda, so we'll bring it back here. If we have any items to
Mayor.
hold. Mr. Resnick?
Should we wait to get an answer, or should we go on?
I think we can move on.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I move to receive and file the documents, adopt the resolutions, and deal with the consent items as recommended.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Roussel? Aye. Staver?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Next on the agenda are items to be set for public hearing. Tonight, we have 6 items to be set. They are, number 1, fiscal year 2026, second budget amendment setting for May 18th, 2026. Number 2 is B Branch Trail Project Phase 3, 12th and 9th Street, concurrence to initiate public bidding process through the Iowa Department of Transportation project setting for May 18th, 2026. Item number 3 is Greyhound Park Road Water Main Loop Project, setting for May 18th, 2026. Number 4 is River City Property Management LLC for the rehabilitation of 1255 and 1257 Locust Street Development Agreement, setting for May 18th, 2026. And 5th is annexation request, Dubuque Metropolitan Area Solid Waste Agency, setting for June 1st, 2026. And number 6 is Greater Dubuque Impact Investment Fund, 455 East 15th Street Development Agreement, setting for June 15th, 2026.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Russell.
I move to receive and file, adopt the resolutions, and set the public hearings for the dates specified.
Second by Sprang.
Motion by Russell, second by Sprank. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
That motion passes 6-0.
Next on the agenda are public hearings. At this time, anyone participating in the meeting in person who would like to discuss one of the public hearing items, please approach the podium when the mayor asks if there is any in-person input for the public hearing you would like to speak to, and state your name and address. For all remote attendees, please enter your name and address in the chat function and state the question, or state your name and address over the phone when the mayor asks if there is any virtual input for the public hearing you would like to speak to. If more than one participant would like to speak, then city staff will determine the speaking order of the participants. Public hearing number 1 is Asbury, Carter, and Cheney Traffic Signal Improvement Project.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. City Engineer Gus Sahoyas is recommending City Council adopt a resolution approving the plans, specifications, form of contract, and estimated cost of $297,082.25 for the Asbury, Cheney, and Carter Traffic Signal Improvement Project. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. Well, we are in a public hearing to consider the plan specification form of contract as an estimated cost as outlined in the city manager's memo there. Do we have any public input on this item this evening? Seeing no one here, anyone virtually that we know of?
Not
Okay.
that I know of.
Back to us for any discussion then. I am seeing and hearing none on this item. Yeah, Mr.
Mayor,
Resnick, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I was just trying to think how to ask this. I understand the amount of $297,000, et cetera, but it doesn't include the contingency or the engineering costs. So I guess I'm just curious about that for a total project cost. Maybe we're not approving it all right now, just the construction contract. Is that true?
That's correct. You're only, the requirement is that you approve the construction contract amount.
Okay, so eventually we will approve the total project cost.
Well, now we'll go to bid for the project.
Sure.
And then it will all come back to you with the bid results, and then you'll decide, based on all the costs, if you want to award the bid.
Great. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Eric, could you also get us off the screen on the desk here, so we don't see the live feed? Thank you very much. Okay, well, motion here is to receive and file and adopt this resolution. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
That motion passes 6-0.
Public hearing number 2 is Loris and Locust Storm Sewer Reconstruction Project.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Sprank.
I motion that we receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Sprank, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. City Engineer Gus Sahoyas is recommending City Council approve the plans, specifications, form of contract, and construction estimate of $474,640 for the Loris Boulevard and Locust Street Storm Sewer Reconstruction Project. The construction estimate of probable cost is increased by $12,526 since the project initiation memo, reflecting final plan cost adjustments. This project involves replacing approximately 375 feet of failing storm sewer beneath Loris Boulevard and reconstructing the full width of pavement from the intersection of Loris Boulevard and Locust Street eastward to Main Street. The need for this work became more urgent following a roadway undermine in November of 2021 when a storm sewer failure temporarily closed Loris Boulevard. Subsequent evaluations showed that the storm sewer system in this area is generally in poor condition and has exceeded its expected service life, contributed to ongoing settlement and undermined concerns. This project will also reconstruct all pedestrian ramps within the limits to meet current ADA standards. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We are in a public hearing to discuss the Loris and Locust Storm Sewer Reconstruction Project. Do we have any public input on this item? Seeing none here. Nothing virtually. All right, back to us then for discussion.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Resnick?
I was hoping to have a timeline on this. Is this, Mrs. Hoyas, is this going to happen this summer and be finished before college starts up again? My other question is, I noticed that there was a lot of reconstruction of the intersection of Loris and on Bluff Street recently. Is that going to be have to be torn up to head on out down to Locust, or how's that going to work?
Gus Sahoya, City Engineer. This project's all going to be done before RAGBRAI comes through in July, so that's the plan.
And what about there was a lot of reconstruction, a lot of new cement down at Loris and Bluff.
That's also part of that whole construction project to make sure that the RAGBRAI route is safe. So we were going to do that anyhow, we just moved it up a little bit.
Okay, we don't have to tear it up again.
No, absolutely
It's all
not.
set. All right, thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Any others? All right, well, motion here is to receive and file and adopt this resolution. So Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Public hearing number 3 is Loris Boulevard Reconstruction and Repairs Project.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel?
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Roussel, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Assistant Public Works Director, Project Manager Max O'Brien is recommending City Council approve the plans, specifications, form of contract, and construction estimate of $383,388.50 for the Loris Boulevard Reconstruction and Repair Project through the adoption of the attached resolution. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We're in a public hearing to discuss the Loris Boulevard Reconstruction and Repairs Project. Do we have any public input on this item? Seeing none here. Anything virtually? No. Okay. Back to us for discussion. Mr. Sprank.
Maybe this is a Gus question. And it's going to be concrete. Could we just go to blacktop instead? Or a Max question?
Yeah, Gus Sahoya, City Engineer. The rest of the project's all concrete, so we typically have the whole Loris Boulevard all concrete. We wouldn't intermix and put an asphalt section in for, a section.
Gotcha.
So it's going to be all concrete there.
Okay.
So Max O'Brien's here.
Anything
That
to add,
answered my
Max?
Do
question.
you have anything to add?
No, nothing to add, just the, sorry, I'm short. Nothing to add. The pavement is currently concrete. We evaluated if we wanted to put asphalt in there, but just kind of given some of the schedule constraints and having to regrade the road and do things, we just decided to match the existing condition.
Mr. Resnick, go ahead.
Thank you. So what is the lifetime difference, the usage for the concrete? Is it 20 years, 25? What do you expect a concrete like Loris Street? How old is this street that's up there now, and what do you anticipate?
I'm not 100% sure off the top of my head. I'm wondering if.
So Gus Sahoya, City Engineer. So a lot of times we'll get 20, 30, like there's sections of Grandview, 50 years old and it's in good shape, so it just depends. So A lot of the older concrete, we're having really good luck. It's lasting many years, and just depending on the additives they've added to concrete over the years, sometimes it deteriorates quicker because of the fly ash and things that they add to it, that they have to add to it for federal regulations, so.
I've noticed just what you talked about. Some of the older construction is still solid, some of the older concrete. And some of the new areas, around the edges, they break down quicker than they used to. And you mentioned that when we had talked about that specific area of town before. And do we have much control over that?
No, we've been talking to concrete associations, and everybody along the state has, so we're doing everything we can. And a lot of times the preferred option now for Public Works, at least from my talking to them, is they like asphalt streets when it can be all asphalt, because we can go in there and we can mill it and overlay it with our own staff. So the concrete repairs, sometimes we can do section repairs, but sometimes we have to do a whole section, like we will be on Loris Boulevard between Prairie and Walnut. That section will all have to be replaced, and Max is going to go out there and have that bid and replaced.
And is the reason concrete wins over asphalt just because of the angle of the road, the slant of the street?
A lot of times they do look at the grade of the street and the rutting possibilities with asphalt, but in this case, I think that we just keep it all concrete.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Just to make this really clear, one of the main goals of this project in this moment is to make this as safe as it can be for the RAGBRAI riders coming through town, right?
That, and it was already going to be scheduled in another couple of years, so this is an opportune time to replace the sections.
We just have an opportunity to do it earlier than we were thinking about doing it because of the fact that we have RAGBRAI coming through on this
And if you
route.
drive it like I do a lot, almost every day,
Yeah.
there's sections that are really bad.
Yeah, it needs to be done. Yeah, I've just been asked about that a lot. Like,
absolutely
somebody would
needs
ask
to
me
be
the
done.
question, like, are you going to fix Loris before the RAGBRAI riders come? And I just kind of look at them for a second and say yes, because of course we're going to do that. But yes, this is actually that. We're getting moving on that, so I appreciate that. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. Do we have any further discussion on that? Okay, motion here is to receive and file and adopt this resolution. So Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
That motion passes 6-0.
Public hearing number 4 is 2026 Public Works Asphalt Milling Profile Project.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Resnick, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Assistant Public Works Director, Project Manager Max O'Brien is recommending City Council adopt a resolution approving the plans, specifications, form of contract, and construction estimate amount of $145,869.35 for the 2026 Public Works Asphalt Milling Profile Project. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We're in a public hearing to discuss the 2025 Public Works Asphalt Milling Profile Project. Do we have any public input on this item? Seeing none here.
Public Works Director Ariel Swift is on the phone and if there are any questions.
Thank you very much, Trish. All right, back to us for discussion or questions. I'm not seeing or hearing any here. All right, motion is to receive and file and adopt this resolution. So Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
That motion passes 6-0.
Public hearing number 5 is 2026 Terminal Street Pumping Station Rehabilitation Project.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Wethel.
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second?
Motion by Wethel, second by Resnick. Mike, please.
Thank you. Water and Resource Recovery Center Director Darren Muring is recommending City Council adopt the attached resolution approving the plans, specifications, form of contract, and estimated of probable construction cost of $1,061,000 for the 2026 Terminal Street Pumping Station Rehabilitation Project. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We're in a public hearing to discuss the 2026 Terminal Street Pumping Station Rehabilitation Project. Do we have any public input on this item? Seeing none, anything virtually? Okay, Back to us for any discussion then. None on this item. All right, motion here is to receive and file, adopt the resolution. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
That motion passes 6-0.
And our last public hearing tonight is Tri-State Modelers Lease Agreement.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Rousseau?
I move to receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second by Wethel.
Motion by Rousseau, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Parks and Recreation Director Matt Kalsovich is recommending City Council adopt the attached resolution approving a lease agreement between the City of Dubuque and the Tri-State Modelers. The Parks and Recreation Commission reviewed the proposed lease agreement and unanimously approved at their March 10th, 2026 meeting. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request Mayor and City Council approval.
Thank you, Mike. We're in a public hearing to discuss the Tri-State Modelers lease agreement. Do we have any public input on this item? None here. Nothing virtually. All right, back to us for any discussion then. Mr. Resnick.
Thank you. I was hoping Mr. Kalsovich would talk about who are the Tri-State Modelers Club and what are they modeling?
Matt Kalsovich, Parks and Recreation Director. So the Tri-State Modelers are model airplanes, flight that they do within their club. And so they're a longtime tenant there of FDR Park, and so this would be an expansion or an extension of what's already existed with them. So this is a pretty common arrangement. There's several communities around the Midwest that have this kind of club exist in a park setting like this, and it's been a really strong partnership.
Do they have public events that people can come and view? Because those are fun.
They do, yes. They have events there where they essentially display what they're doing and invite people to come participate with that. That's a recruitment tool for them as well. I don't have their complete season schedule in front of me. It's been pretty consistent, I think, over the years for those who've participated with them or enjoyed seeing their activity. But yeah, that's typically that's themselves really kind of enjoying together with fellow enthusiasts, but there are public opportunities to engage with the group.
Great, thank you. Thank you,
You're
Mr.
welcome.
Mayor.
Any others? Yeah, this is such a unique partnership, so thanks for your work on it, Matt. All right, well, motion here is to receive and file and adopt the resolution. So Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Moving on to public input. At this time, anyone participating in the pardon me. At this time, anyone participating in the meeting may address the city council on any action item on the agenda or on matters under the control of the city council. For all in-person attendees, please approach the podium and state your name and address when the mayor asks if there is any. In-person input may also, for all remote attendees, please enter your name and address in the chat function or state your name and address over the phone when the mayor asks if there is any virtual input. If more than one participant would like to speak, then city staff will determine the speaking order of the participants. Individual remarks are limited to 5 minutes and the overall public input is limited to 30 minutes. Under Iowa Open Meetings Law, the City Council can take no formal action on comments given during public input or that do not relate to action items on the agenda.
All right, thank you, Trish. We'll accept any public input this evening at this time. So this is your one moment for the rest of the night to talk about anything else on the agenda or any matters before the council. So feel free to come on up. Yeah.
I don't know where I'm at on the agenda, but Dan Rivas, 2311 Central Big A Auto. It's not where I live, of course. Well, I kind of do.
Dan, could you make sure you talk into the mic just directly? So thank you very much, so we can hear you.
Get me
a little
now?
better. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
So I spend most of my time down there, obviously, but the reason I'm here is I was trying to get a couple of the properties there removed from the conservation district. Reason being, you guys have some paperwork that I got to you guys, or did you guys get any of that stuff?
It is, just to answer that question, it is the number one thing on the agenda, the first thing on the action items agenda this evening, yes.
To remove those two properties from the.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, first of all, I'm not a person about taking old buildings down. I'm not a person of, I like history. I just finished remodel on a 1910 7-bedroom brick farmhouse, about the size of the building at 2327 Central. So it was something good. I had something good to start with, is why I did that project. And it turned out fabulous. This building, how I was raised, is you don't throw good money after bad money. So I really studied this building at that location really hard, and it just, I can't go forward with doing anything with that building. Foremost, the building at 2311 Central is not historic. You know, we built the first 3,000 square foot part of that building on there. It's all cinder block building from the Tegler dealership days. What we are transitioning to is, we've been there for 31 years now. Big A started in 1979 as a parts store at 3270 Central. And since the Wolf family started, and I've taken over quite a few years ago now, 31 years, we just keep getting busier. You know, there's a need for an automotive downtown, whether it be, you know, commercial fleet, business vehicles. 180 cars a week go through our shop. So it's high volume. And we're getting a lot more fleet vehicles, the Sprinter vans. We do a lot of work for Amazon, the Giese Sheet Metals. You know, the company's got all these work vehicles, HVAC companies, electric companies, Paulson Electric. And my building, the way it is now, back in the day, there wasn't big, tall building or vehicles. So we struggle sometimes to get these bigger vehicles up in the air higher. So I want to invest in the business. It's, since the last 30 years, we've gone up at least 10% a year. This year, we're up 25%. And it just keeps getting busier because these cars get difficult and people just can't fix them themselves. And then businesses don't have people to fix their work vehicles. So in an essence, we need to either expand or I got to make a change. I was offered an opportunity a few years back to actually build the business out in Piasta. A.J. Spiegel approached me. I like downtown. I think downtown's a great place. I like the character of it. I like the people. I've been there my whole life, you know, for the most part, for business-wise. And some of you members on the council and other members here are customers of ours, and we, you know, and we got a 4.8 star rating for a reason, you know. That being said, you know, my goal is to build a 60 by 40 addition on the side of our building to put some more fleet bays in to get these commercial vehicles up that can service these businesses that are downtown that have these commercial vehicles. But as you guys can see in the pictures, our parking lot is, some days you can't fit a hot dog in it, the way it is right now. So I can't theoretically take this business to the next level, add a couple employees, generate more taxable revenue, because I'm just maxed out where I'm at now. I need to add on to the building at least 3 bays, 60 by 40 with a 20-foot ceiling for doing commercial vehicles. And there's a need for that. That being said, I need to be able to expand our lot area, so to say. Like again, that building at 2327 Central, the gentleman that owned it before I bought it, I was great friends with him. Unfortunately, him and the persons that owned it before him went through and had this building been, I would say, babysat as people remodeled and did some brickwork to it and did some wiring, did some plumbing, roof work, what the building looked like back in the day, which I've studied the pictures of what the building was at one time. It was historic. I'm not going to argue that. It was a beautiful building. As I drive down Central today, I live in the north end of Dubuque. I drive downtown and I just pay attention to all the buildings, and there's some really nice buildings. Holy Ghost turned out nice. Chris has done some great work on some buildings he has. They're all the way down Central until you get to that building at 2327 Central, and it doesn't even look good. I mean, it's been mortared over. The foundation's kind of given away. The whole back wall's got a 4-inch gap that's separating from the building. We did get okay to take the back half of the building off. After looking at it a little further, the Airlick Concrete construction is going to do the project, is concerned about the rest of the structure after we start tugging the back half of that part that's falling off. And there again, we're going to have, you know, 2 expenses. So he comes and takes his back half off, and the front half just, there's no economic way to preserve the main building. You know, John Grones drove around it. I mean, I get the gist from everybody, but I just don't want everybody to think I'm here just to buy like tearing buildings down. That's not me. I'm a fly under the radar guy. Everybody knows me pretty much. You know, you don't hear from me ever. I just do business and provide a great service. And we give back a lot to the community, you know, the veterans and the opening doors, the Avery Foundation. We do Breaks for Breast every year. We donate a lot of money back. So I'm just asking, you know, that the council considers me remove these 2 properties from the Conservation District to let us go up and provide a better service to the city and the businesses that are downtown. You know, we're capped where we're at. I can't do much more than we're doing right now without adding people or building space. And there's a need for it. You know, we do all the sheriff cars, city police cars. So there's just a need for more commercial work. And I can fit that. I can do it. I'm not asking for money. You know, this is all on my own dime. I've never been one to ask for any money. So I just hope you guys consider that in your decision.
All right. Well, thank you, Dan, for your comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Do we have any other public input this evening?
Hi there, I'm Adam Schwiniger, 570 West 11th Street, and I actually just so happened to be reading the action items. I was out in the hallway because I was just here for the proclamation, and I didn't even know this was on here, so I just so happened to be reading this about action item 1. I would give some pause to removing things from the Conservation District just because I feel like I've had this conversation many times before in front of council, and also being a member on Historic Preservation Commission, it seems like this comes before us a lot. And I can tell that there's no ill intent here, but I would I'd be remiss if I wouldn't at least get up here and say to please consider putting this in front of the Historic Commission for consideration. So. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adam, for your comments. All right. Please.
Hi, my name is Ann Smith, and I live at 418 Kaufman Avenue. And Danny Sprank was nice enough to come up to my house and discuss some concerns that I have. One of the biggest concerns that I have is I looked out one day and there was some painting on my sidewalk, and I thought, my house sits back quite a ways from the street, and I thought, well, maybe kids did it. Went down there and looked, and it was white arrows on my sidewalk. And my husband said, oh, that's probably just something to do with the water. But it wasn't. They are tagging our sidewalk that it has to be replaced in those areas within 30 days. And I don't know what the repercussions are, but my understanding is that there's a pretty stiff penalty and that we could get sued. Well, they're supposed to be putting this sidewalk all the way up Kaufman, and they stopped a ways down the road. All right, we just had the line pulled not that long ago, and we put new sidewalk in there. But where it settled a little bit right in front of our stairway, that is one of the things they complained about, and another was a crack in the sidewalk. They determined that it was a trip hazard. Well, I've been walking on that sidewalk for 30 years, and I've never tripped. And I did a little public opinion poll of 25 people. I asked neighbors, I asked pedestrians, I asked people that didn't live in the neighborhood, people who bicycle, and my family members. Do anybody here, anyone here, do you have trouble with my sidewalk? The answer was no. But this came in as an anonymous call. Now, my feeling about anonymous reporting is that it's communism. Now, a lot of people would say, oh, no, 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 it's commonplace. No, we had a teacher or someone that came to our school when I was in elementary school, and she said, we have children calling in on their parents. And she said, neighbors calling in on neighbors. And she said, that is what they do in communist countries. At that time, I didn't think much of it, but I think a lot about it now. If I make a complaint about something, I will put my name to it, and I will put my face to it. And this other stuff, I think it should be dismissed as a frivolous complaint when they're doing this, because they've been doing this stuff to anybody that lives in our house, and I've lived there 30 years. You know, they send me anonymous letters in the mail, they holler about how much company I have, and then when we put an end to so much company, they said our house was abandoned, and there was someone else living in it, and it was a lie, all of it. And I'm going, who are these people? They don't even have the guts to show their face. They hide behind a telephone. So I talked to some other people, and I think that they should do some type of a survey to get input from citizens here in Dubuque, homeowners, contractors, just a one-page thing, and they could put it out like they put these out, or they could send them in the mail and get feedback from the citizens about how they feel about getting ordered to do these things, you know, and there's no appeal process, none whatsoever. Now, what's fair, legal, or right about that? So those are my concerns. I want to thank you, and I don't know. Thanks a lot, Danny, for coming up and talking with me especially.
Thank you, Ann, for your comments. All right. I don't think I see any other public input waiting here today. Anything virtually? Yes, please.
Yes, we do have someone that would like to speak on action item number 4. They're here virtually.
Okay, please, go ahead.
Can you hear me fine?
Yes, we can.
Hear ya.
Yep, my name is Neil Cap, 493 Hayden's Lane, 486 West 4th Street. Talking about the article that came to TH over the weekend about the street mural. And first off, I have no issue with murals. I think they're wonderful. But a lot of questions. It seems like there's been a lot of time and money spent. She said that Hills and Dales sought proposals from muralists across the country, narrowed it down to 3 finalists, picked a finalist, picked a design. Has anyone seen that? Those of us on the 4th Street area haven't. It also said that there's going to be a full day, 100 people or more, but that doesn't include the cure time of the paint. So what will be the impact to the residents after it's done? Do they have to wait 24 hours, 48 hours before they can get back to their homes? Another mention in the article said that the traffic engineer said that the staff members have responded positively to the mural and the design, which seems to indicate that it has been seen and people know what it looks like. But again, the residents down there don't, until Saturday's article, had no clue that this was going to happen. Based on your review tonight and whatever rules and regulations you come about it, if there is an issue, who's going to get sued? Is it the artist? Is it Hills and Dales? Is it the city street department? If the paint's too slick, it rains, someone falls down and cracks their head, what happens there? And another point in the article, the Historic Preservation Commission has already given its stamp of approval for this mural. So again, it appears that time and effort and money outside of public approval has been spent, but until this showed up in Saturday's paper, no one knew about it. So just questions and concerns. That's all I had. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Neil, for your comments. Okay, anybody else, Trish? Okay. All right, thanks everybody for your public input this evening. Okay, we can move on to action items, please.
Action item number 1 is Big A Auto request to alter the Broadway Street Neighborhood Conservation District boundaries.
Before we make a motion here, I'll just refer council members to the description of the motions available for us tonight. There are 2 ordinances to consider this evening.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and discuss among the council.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Resnick and a second by Wethel. Receive and file and discuss. So, Mike, am I coming to you, or is this a Wally one?
I'll just start off briefly,
Please.
but then Wally has a report. Planning Services Director Wally Wernerman is recommending City Council uses the information in his memo, enclosures, application, maps, and minutes to select one of these 4 options. Approve or deny the request. Number 2, set the request for consideration at a subsequent meeting. Number 3, set the request for a public hearing. Number 4, refer the request to the Historic Preservation Commission for a recommendation. This request involves 2 separate buildings located on different lots. The council may choose to modify the Conservation District to remove both buildings, remove only 2311 Central Avenue, or deny the request and retain both buildings within the Conservation District. If the City Council decides to proceed with approval, separate ordinances have been provided for consideration. And so Wally has some additional information.
All right, thank you, Mike. Go ahead, Wally.
Yes, Wally Werma, Planning Services Director. I just want to verify, Mr. Rivas did drop off some photos later, like about 3 or 4 o'clock today. I just want to make sure the council will receive those.
Those have been added to the agenda.
Okay. And staff has not seen those photos, so I just want to verify that we have not seen those photos that were provided. But the request before you tonight is to alter the Broadway Street Neighborhood Conservation District boundaries. The City Council back in the 1970s identified 7 neighborhoods throughout our community that are worthy of having special review for architectural and historical significance. And the Broadway Street neighborhood is one of those properties that have been identified, including your packet. You'll see there's an aerial photo that shows that. And then we highlighted in red the 2 properties that are in question with regards to 2311 Central Avenue, which is the Big A Auto Parts building, and then 2327 Central Avenue, which a lot of people may remember it as the former Fagan's Shoe Repair and Hobby Store. But historically, it's been known as the Schmidt Brothers Beer Hall. That was definitely associated with the beer industry that was located throughout the history of the city of Dubuque. So I just want to read one piece of information with regards to the historical significance of that building. It has gone before the Historic Preservation Commission, as Mr. Rivas has indicated, to receive a demolition permit to remove the rear addition. That happened in April of 2024. He did receive approval to remove those additions, and at that meeting, the Historic Preservation Commission identified and reiterated that that property is architecturally and historically significant to our community. When we look at the narrative statement of the building, it's historically significant under criteria A for its association with the Schmidt Brothers Brewery, and under criteria C for it being a relatively unaltered vernacular brick industrial building of large proportionate and earlier date. So apart from some curing caves in the bluff, this is the only surviving building from a large number of large German-owned breweries which fronted along Cooler and Central Avenue and occupied sites throughout the city. 2 commercial brewing complexes survived from the later brewery period, but this property alone represents and interprets the large number of the earlier breweries which served the city and region throughout the history. There's a lot more information that's associated with this building, but I think from the Historic Preservation Commission and from staff's information it received, the property is architecturally and historically significant. This request has not gone back to the Historic Preservation Commission for the front building. That information was offered and provided to Mr. Rivas as an opportunity to come before the Historic Preservation Commission for that, to look at that determination. And once again, the commission's already kind of made that determination when it came before him previously. The next step would be to apply what they call a certificate of economic non-viability, basically providing some information to prove that the building is not economically feasible to be rehabilitated in its current state. And when we say rehabilitated, we're not looking at a full restoration of the building. It's to bring up the property to basic building code and housing code that's associated with it. The current building is currently being used. There's a business on the first floor for the driving school, and there are apartments located on the upper floors of the building with regards to that. There are several items that have been identified. There is no set criteria that the city council needs to look at. The commission's charge is to look at it from an architectural and historic significance to our community. The city council can take in consideration multiple factors. I have provided some additional information with regards to one of the few mixed-use buildings located throughout our Central Avenue corridor. As Mr. Rivas has indicated in some other projects, we do have these projects that are being rehabilitated. The Holy Ghost, just down the street, the old Union Pharmacy building is going through an adaptive reuse of that building for upper story housing and ground floor commercial. Cavivian has taken some additional buildings and converted them into their commercial space and residential up above. And we've seen the entire Central Avenue corridor being revitalized with Chris Richard doing quite a bit of the work with regards to using historic tax credits in order to take advantage of some upper story housing and created that ground floor commercial use. When we look at a neighborhood, we look at the setbacks and the storefronts and that feeling, that pedestrian walk and feel. So when we have buildings that are built closer to the street, it helps provide that rhyme and feeling of a neighborhood. It makes you feel more walkable. So just imagine walking down Central Avenue versus walking on JFK, where you have large setbacks, large parking lots that are associated with it in front of that. So the role of the city council, as mentioned, is these are always kind of unusual because you have like 4 different options, right, that come before you. One, you can approve the request. You can deny the request. You can set the request for a public hearing at the next meeting. You can also refer it back to the Historic Preservation Commission for their review and consideration. And then there's a time frame for when the commission has to review it and then provide a recommendation back to the city council. There are 2 ordinances that were included in the request before you. One ordinance involves with the removal of 2311 Central Avenue from the Broadway Street neighborhood district. Staff has looked at the building, documented the history. That it is not architecturally, historically significant. Therefore, there is one request that shows that ordinance would just remove that building. And then the other ordinance is to remove both of the buildings and modify the Broadway Street Neighborhood Conservation District to eliminate or remove those 2 buildings from the request before you, the City Council. There's one other thing I wanted to mention to you. Yeah, included in the packet, we also provided all the applicant information that was provided for that removal of the rear addition from the property, the minutes, all the historical information that's associated with both buildings that are located on there, several aerial photos and maps of the property, in addition to the establishment of the Broadway neighborhood, some pictures of the current condition of the building. Like I mentioned, Mr. Rivas did provide some additional photos of the building. We were able to look at maybe 4 of them. I know we had some conversation going back and forth with regards to access to it. It was a Google Drive, unfortunately, can't access, and there's a lot of photos that are provided. So we just wanted to make sure that the city clerk received that, so you guys had that information provided to you tonight for this consideration. So that's all I have, unless you guys have any questions for me.
All right. Thank you, Wally. Just a process question right off the bat. If the council wanted to, we could deal with, just as an example, we could deal with 2311 tonight through this ordinance, if we wanted to, and then potentially refer the other property back to the Historic Preservation Commission. Is that an option?
I think that's totally an option, yeah. So if you were to adopt the one ordinance to remove 2311 from the Conservation District, you can always go refer the other one back to the Historic Preservation Commission for consideration at 2327 Central Avenue.
Okay. So, and just to make sure I'm really clear on this, the Historic Preservation Commission has not considered this portion of the building.
They have not considered this portion of the building, has not been brought before them.
What has been considered by the Historic Preservation Commission was the back portion of the building
Correct.
separately.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Mr. Resnick.
Thank you. So how long does it take to officially determine whether a building is economically viable? Who does that?
Sure, there's an application form that we have in our office. They have to fill out. There are several items that need to be provided to the commission. They take a look at. Sometimes they get involved. Actually, there's a list of items: appraised value, request some financial information, income producing. There's some information with regards to structural integrity of the building, architectural report from a structural engineer or an architect with regards to on the status of the building. So all that information is provided. Once we receive a complete application, then we place it on the HBC's app, or on their agenda. Now, in the process here, based on the information that's provided, there is a time period which the Historic Preservation Commission, once it's referred back to them, they have up to 60 days in order to review the request and provide a recommendation back to you.
So they determine whether it's economically viable.
Based on the information they take it through, yes, they'll make a determination if it's economically not viable.
Because it's looked like this for a long time on Central Avenue. And no one has brought it back. I mean, just because it's economically viable and historically, significant, does not mean anyone has to improve the look or anything, do they? They don't have to bring it up to some kind of standard?
Yeah, so the commission's charge is only demolition review in the conservation district. So there are, when they do look at these properties, when they come before them, there is a process they go through. Now, the building department reviews exterior properties for property maintenance conditions with regards to that. In historic districts, we actually have demolition by neglect ordinance that we can enforce with regards to not maintaining property. Now, when the Historic Preservation Commission reviewed this for that rear of the building, they did acknowledge that. They identified it looks like Mr. Rivas did inherit a building, especially some of the damage, and you can see some of the older photos where there was maintenance of a downspout, water intrusion, some of the worst thing you can do to a historic brick building. But they identified the rear addition of that was approved. However, they haven't seen anything for the front main portion of the building.
I see, thank you. And I think that's important to find out. When we talk about economic viability, I hope that the council eventually, even if we don't consider it tonight, hope we determine perhaps or consider how economically viable Big A is as well, and the struggles that they have, and they're actually doing things, and it's not potential, it's more than that. So I'm open to some good ideas, and I'm hoping to hear some from the council about what we might do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mr. Sprank, go ahead.
Wally, I understand that. Can you go back again to the process that if it goes through that the building owner they'd have to pay for an engineer to find that the building is in poor shape, even if it's visibly obvious?
So it's the burden of the applicant to provide information that it's not economically non-viable. Okay. So there's a list, I don't have them memorized. There's like 12 or 13 items that are on there that have to be provided in order for the commission to make that determination. So yes, there is costs that get incurred by the applicant in order to provide that information to do so. In addition, there is an application fee that we look at charging for that. The review, it's $200 for a historic preservation review with regards to a demolition permit. So there will be some additional costs that would have to be incurred by the applicant to provide that information. Now, that information may come to the Historic Preservation Commission. They may identify, say, yes, there's an economic non-viability reasoning in order to approve it, or they may say, no, based on the burden of information that's provided to us, they feel that it's not economically non-viable. Now, they'll make a recommendation, then it'll come back to you guys for your final review and approval. Just like Mr. Resnick indicated, there's other factors you can take in consideration, like you mentioned, Big A's business also, so.
Thank you, Wally, because I'm kind of torn on this. I mean, yes, I don't like tearing down old buildings, and I do believe there should be a process, but the building owner has no intention of revitalizing the building. They have no intention of wanting to do apartments in it, so it's like they're forced to do this, and they're not wanting to do that, so I don't like that. So yeah, I'm kind of torn on this one, so I'm going to wait to hear from what the rest of council's thoughts are.
Thank you. Mr. Staver?
So I take my cars to Dan down there at Big A, and on one of my visits, he asked me to look around the building. He knows I've worked on a lot of older brick buildings like that. I mean, the back half is already toppling down, obviously, and the front half, got a new roof at some point, which has somewhat protected it, but it's also has lots of, patches all along the brickwork, and, in my opinion, it'd be hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to bring it up to any kind of historical significance. all the historical design elements are pretty much gone. I mean, all the windows are gone, the wrought iron staircase is gone. It actually had a third floor on it, apparently, in one of these pictures. When I was in the attic, I could tell that the roof line had been changed. There's no, architectural details left on the top of the roof line of the building. It's just that classic case of way too little for way too long. Kind of as it's already been said, I know Dan has no intention of doing anything to it. It'll just be a wait, even if he doesn't get it passed the other way through the economic viability process, which in this case is really an unfair process. I mean, he'd be, 90 days deep into this. This is a project he's ready to go on. I know that. This is the construction season, obviously. It'd take 30 days at least just to gather the information on, that's being optimistic. That'd be thousands of dollars to get those, studies done, assessments done. I think that's an unfair burden for somebody that, has, what we're really trying to get going is business on Central. Here's a booming business. And if anybody knows me, I love breweries and I love old buildings, but it's sometimes this is where you're at. Unfortunately, there's really no good use for the building. It's way too far gone. It's going to be too expensive. It's pretty obvious. I think it's unfair to put the guy through that. And I would be approving this tonight for sure. Like I said, the building's been heavily altered. If you go into the historic review package on page 7, you can kind of see this was a whole, attached to the factory. I mean, this is the last little bit of a huge, a building, and slow him up, when it's fairly obvious. I mean, nobody's invested in this building in easily 75 years. I mean, and nobody's going to. I mean, that's the reality. And he has a very, very successful business that he wants to expand, and you heard all the good reasons why to do that. It's a needed service. It's, it's going to generate more tax revenue. There's more employees, for a building that's been, neglected for 70-some years. To slow it up today seems like a mistake. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Mr. Staver. Ms. Russell?
Thanks. I never want to create burdens for businesses that want to expand in our community. However, I also want to make sure that we follow the channels and the expertise that we've set up for a reason in our community. And earlier tonight, we acknowledged the importance of our Historic Preservation Commission. And I think that the problem is that this proposal that we have now is really what should have gone to the Historic Preservation Commission in the first place, not just have them look at the addition that's on the back of the building, but to have them, with their expertise that I don't have, for them to look at this building and have them look at the economic viability of the building. I realize it's going to add a little bit to the time frame, but our historic buildings are an important part of our community. And I think we need to make sure we take the time and use the appropriate channels and experts to make sure that we are making the right decision. I mean, once it's gone, it's gone. And so I would prefer to have the 2327 building go back to the Historic Preservation Commission as it should have in this format in the first place, along with the economic viability concerns, so that they can use their expertise to review what should happen with that building. In looking at their comments from the previous meeting, they did feel, as Wally said, that this building does have historical significance, but not the other building. So I would be fine with removing the 2311 from the district, but to send the other building back to the Historic Preservation Commission to thoroughly look at it before action is taken to remove the building.
Thank you.
I just want to say, Rivas, I'm really grateful for your success on Central. I think you're a great example of what having a commitment to downtown Dubuque means. And so I want to get to yes on this. I just don't want to do it tonight without going through the processes that have been set for council long before I came. I too have no problem at all with the idea of the 2311. It's been put forward by the Historic Preservation Commission that does not have historical or architectural significance, and so I feel very comfortable removing that building without question. I wish that was just enough room for you, but I also can appreciate that the other building, I mean, I remember going into it when it was Fagan's, and even then it really had a lot of need. And that was a long time ago. So I would like to have an opinion within the process that has been set forward before. Not that I don't sympathize with the economic viability argument and the cost related to it. Mr. Staver makes a really good point about that. I don't want to create boundaries or mountains for businesses to have to climb over. And in the same vein, I want to make sure that I show respect to our Historic Preservation Commission and the work that they have done to create process and the thoughtful dedication that they each actually have professionally as it relates to these buildings. And since I've been on council, I will share some of the most difficult decisions I've made had to do with taking down old buildings. I don't like it. And I wish it wouldn't get to this. But here you are in a situation in which you're trying to do the right thing to service your community and create your business. And so I too would be very comfortable removing 2311. I would feel most comfortable referring back to the Historic Preservation Commission in order to get more information on economic viability and historical structure. The photos you showed of I don't know the book that was next to it, but it was something to the vein of shower rehabilitation, those big cracks that are there, and no question there's some issue with viability. That process is a difficult one. I don't pretend it's not, but I do feel like the process of going through what has been laid out and recommended before us as a council has merit. And so that would, I think, be the way that I would lean this evening.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Staver.
Can I just add one more thing? Well, to me, I think this is a process when you're trying to avoid creating undue burden to a business owner when it comes to something that's what, to me, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, this is where, the council would look at all the information provided and make a decision, So this is a process, and this is a process he's trying to pursue here to essentially avoid spending thousands of dollars to say what's kind of obvious and extend, this expansion by who knows if we can get it done this season if we hold them up. So I think this is a process. I think to the fact that nobody's done anything with the building in 7 years, he's not likely to do anything, even if they say it's economically viable, then we'll just be back here again, making the decision that we should make tonight, which is it needs to come down. So, again, I just wanted to add that.
Mr. Sprank?
So Wally, we've gone through a few of these on Central with, well, it was White Street. It was the building that, those Italian apartments that they tore down to build an elevator for the Dream Center. Did they have to go through that same process of proving that the building was economically not viable?
Yeah, so the request that have come before you in the past recently with regards to was the Dream Center, removal of 2 historic buildings in order to accommodate the elevator and then the outdoor playground that's associated with it. The commission did identify those properties to be architecturally, historically significant. Once again, I just always want to point out the Historic Preservation Commission's charge is to look at the architectural historic significance. When it comes before you, you have a little bit broader review of those requests. That was information that was being provided that was tied to several other factors. Most notable was the Washington neighborhood area plan, the Dream Center's proposal in order to expand their daycare and take advantage of that for some financial self-sufficiency of their facility, provide the outdoor area, and the other thing was the condition of those buildings. And a lot of that information was not provided to the commission at that time. It went through this process. The other one that came before you also was the Dubuque. Was just most recently one. That was a building that the commission did identify as architecturally significant. Through their review process, there was some information that was provided to you that talked about, all that background information associated with it, the comprehensive plan, the work with the overhead pass that was going over Elm Street for the new roadway, in addition to that area of the community really not being a cohesive district because it's lost so much across the blocks. And the other one that came before you most recently was the Knights of Columbus building, which was removed for the daycare center that was placed in its place, and then also the redevelopment of that entire block. Actually, that entire block was removed, also knowing that the Dubuque Area Museum of Art was going to remove a couple buildings in order for their new facility that would go through. So those are the 3 most recent requests that came before you with regards to this demolition request. And all of them had different kind of reasonings and different backgrounds associated with it. But those were the 3 most recent processes.
All right. First of all, thank you to everybody. So I have a number of questions, but thank you to everybody for the input that we've received so far. We got a ton of information here, which is always helpful to be able to make a good decision. I just want to say, Dan, first of all, thank you very much for being here tonight and giving us your side of this story. It is really helpful to hear from you on this. I have no other evidence other than to know that you seem like a good guy. I don't get my work done at your place, I'm sure, but it sounds like you do great work, and it seems like you're a really good guy. And I appreciate that you brought up the fact that you care about historic preservation in your personal life too. That is meaningful in this discussion. So I just want you to know that no matter what comes out of my mouth next, and I'm just trying to ask questions to make the best possible decision that we're trying to make here, because all these arguments are really good. And everybody, you can feel everybody this up here. This is a difficult discussion to have. These are the tough ones because once this is gone, it's gone forever, and that's the stuff with the historic preservation that we have to care most about. Is anyone in the building now? Is there any tenants or anyone like that there?
So Mr. Reeves will be able to better answer that question, but currently right now, the Dubuque Driving Academy is located on the first floor. And then up above, there's 4 apartments, but I don't know, occupancy-wise? Only 2 are occupied. 2 occupied, but there are 4 apartments up right, 2 are occupied.
They're getting past the point of being able to have somebody in. The building's just, I don't trust it.
Yeah, actually, Mr. Reeves, if you got a longer explanation, I'd appreciate hearing it if you wouldn't mind. Would you mind coming up to the mic to be able to say that? Yeah, feel free to say whatever you want to say to answer that question.
Well, I'll just reiterate. I'm not about tearing stuff down. I like old buildings. I'm an antique guy. I got antique stuff I collect myself. But like Chris states, it comes to a point where you got to throw the white flag up. Mm-hmm. If this building was kept up by the previous owners, or it was babysat by the city engineers, and when people start remodeling or fixing something, that is done correctly. There's nothing been done correctly in this building for 70 years. I mean, it's got plumbing running where plumbing shouldn't run. The wiring's just a disaster. The brick, I like to know what's a description of unaltered vernacular brick? What's the definition of that? Unaltered?
It has to do with the style of the architecture, the appearance of the building for that.
Right.
So the style of the
What
architecture and
would you
appearance
say
of the building.
appearance of that building is now with the brick.
So just let me, so vernacular is a common, it's not a dressed up style of building. So when you think of a lot of our brick vernacular architecture, it's more your gable storefronts, so two-story brick front. So you don't have a lot of protrusions, high ornate style with regards to it.
Yep.
The thing that's associated with this building is because it is a masonry building, these are typically not as altered as much. But the other thing that's associated with it is not only just the architecture, but the historical significance tied to the brewing history of the neighborhood.
Gotcha,
So, yep.
okay. Because, back to the brick, unfortunately, the previous owners have just destroyed it, I think. There's no curb appeal there, and you've seen the work I've done to my building. Just redid the steel on it, looks really nice. And that's the way I want the downtown to look. I truly am sincere that we need a better look for the north end of Dubuque. And I'm all about doing that, and keeping it that way. That's why I spent so much money and time in my building and my parking lot I redid, re-asphalted it, we striped it. I spend that money on that stuff because I like stuff to look good.
Sure.
And that building, every time I drive by, it just makes my hair stand on the back of my neck, because like I said, I like old stuff, but unfortunately, the previous owners of this building, it let it go. If it had been caught 40 years ago, where it was done properly and maintained, I'd fix it. That's because I like the curb appeal stuff, but there's no curb appeal to that building anymore. If anything, it's the worst looking building from 32nd Street all the way down to 20th Street. And you can drive by and see that.
When did you purchase the building? How long have you had it?
Oh, when did I get it?
I saw it. So
whenever Aaron passed away.
I saw 2018. Is that correct?
That's
Is that
probably about
accurate?
right.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was already in this condition. I went in that building, it's like, you shake your head, and why did you do this? Why did you do that? He was already passed away, so I never got to go inside the building like I did after he was gone. I just didn't want somebody else owning it and not doing anything with it and then filling it full of people that just destroy stuff. I see it all the time. There's some rental buildings across the street from our building, rental houses, duplexes, and I see it every month. People move in, all of a sudden there's a storage container out front, gets filled up with junk, and there's porches that are full of stuff, and then there's a lot of that on Central. I wish people would police that a little better as far as keeping the cleanliness of the downtown and stuff. But like I said,
Okay.
It's just past the point. The white flag is up, and I'm not going to stick any money into it. It's just not. You don't throw good money at at a building like that.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the information. That's helpful. Wally, can you talk just a little bit more about the demolition by neglect issue? Properties like this have come before us. I would say an unfortunate number of times. We don't see it like every week, but it's too common that we have to deal with this. What do we have in our arsenal as a city to be able to deal with properties over years and time? And has that changed over time, like pre-2018 when this building was purchased by Mr. Rivas, for example? Just whatever you can tell me to help this out.
Yeah, I'd really have the building inspector probably speak to that a little bit more information in our city that involves with the National Property Maintenance Code, in addition to demolition by neglect, be able to keep certain buildings. One thing I just want to touch on, any questions regarding the building architecture historic forest, and I think the Historic Preservation Commission is going to do the same thing. We have other buildings that have been looked at being demolished, primarily two buildings on the corner of First and Locust as you come in our community. There's a couple of buildings there where they're clad with metal that are being completely rehabilitated by Chris Miller. Also another property was the other hotel. So there's opportunities for these buildings, and they do understand when they move in to look at rehabilitating and taking advantage of historic tax credits in order to revive buildings. There is a potential there for that. It seems like Mr. Rivas is looking at it from obviously the business end of side of things. Going before the historic Information Commission. The commission's going to obviously look at it from the architectural and historic side of things. I think the conversation that we've had before the commission, it is actively being used. It is being used as a business, and there are residents who be in the building. When the commission looks at that, rental income information with regards to that, they can revise it. It's an active building. It's actively being used right now. So sometimes it's very difficult to prove they can make economic non-viability with regards to that, of that development. So referring it back to the commission, if you were to refer it back to the commission, I think we will be right back here where we're at with the conversation before you. I think one of the conversations that we're talking about here specifically is probably more related to whether or not the building is significant. There are opportunities where the building could be sold. Some other individuals could come in and rehabilitate the property, take advantage of that. We've had that happen throughout our community. The other thing is also Mr. Rivas is looking at it for expansion of his business, for parking and everything. It's a struggle. I feel for you guys. It's very hard. Have these cases come before you. We look at the north end and the adaptive use of the existing buildings on Central Avenue. This building could be a very viable building. It could be rehabilitated. It could be put back into life through certain processes. It sounds like Mr. Rivas, that's not his intent. His intent is removing and expanding his business and provided parking. So it's a tough decision. I don't want to be in your spot to answer some of those questions.
Well,
But
thanks, Wally.
I have a feeling, I do have a feeling if you do come back to the commission, we're going to wind up coming right back here. They're going to determine it's economically non-viable before the commission, before them. The other thing that I just want to point out is there is some additional costs that Mr. Rivas would have to obtain in order to pay for that. So whether or not having to go through the process, pay for all those architectural studies and information that's provided and wind up right back here on your step would be something that I must advise as an opportunity for you guys to consideration too. So.
Yeah, and the difficulty with that is there is a historic preservation for a reason. They're the experts who know this stuff. They're the ones who are able to provide all of us in the community with more information on some of these buildings and their historical significance that they are. And the thing about it is, and you're right, these are the parts of the job that do kind of suck, honestly, because you do have to balance out. I totally hear the argument for the business. I hear it from Mr. Rivas. I think Mr. Staver has made a good argument for that too, and I absolutely understand that argument. At the same time, I fall back on the argument for the history itself, and in many ways, the history itself of our community is bigger than all of us. We have to take it into account because our job is to do whatever we can to preserve it in the right way for the next generation to come along. Because the generations before us that haven't done as good a job of that, that's what we're wrestling with right now. That's the issue that we're dealing with.
And that's the reason why we have the process, right? It allows us to pause, take consideration, look at all the factors that are before us, look at making a decision. One other possibility is, based on the scale of the land, addition could be placed on the property, but as Mr. Rivas has indicated, there would be impact of off-street parking associated with it. So addition, based on the scale and size of it, going through a site plan review, an addition could be placed on the building or on the property. The question would be is like, as we had discussions tonight about parking, right? Where would be parking would be provided throughout the neighborhood.
So I'll just, at some point you got to make a decision when you're sitting here. So for me personally, I'm landing on the side of course, 2311, we deal with that ordinance tonight and remove that from the conservation district. There's just no question in my mind that we shouldn't have to, we can deal with it now. But I really do want to put this back in front of the Historic Preservation Commission. I understand that it's a challenge. I understand that it becomes an issue, but that's my decision in that I think I do not hurt that process so many times that it becomes useless. We find ourselves in a 1,000-cut situation with properties that maybe have even more historic significance than maybe this one does. I think we need I think when these decisions become really tough and you find yourself in this really between a rock and a hard place, I do that it's important that we trust in our process that we have created with the people that are there, because the people are there for the reason. Otherwise, how do we have a Historic Preservation Commission? So I'm kind of falling on that. I don't know if the council will agree with it. I think that's kind of where I sit based on this. And I'll just point out I'm torn by the decision, even as I say it. I'll just leave it there. Mr. President.
Mr. Mayor, very much. And Mr. Wernimont, I think, spoke to Melissa when he said we're going to go through the process that is in place, and we're going to be here in 60 days with the same situation. It is the Historic Society has already, the Historic Committee has already said that there is significance to this, and that there are people living there, and there's a business there, and so they could easily say that this is economically viable. And so here we are, same place, and $1,000 maybe are spent, 60 days. I think it's plain on its face that this is not, this building has been neglected for 75 years. And it is, there's pie in the sky about somebody coming in and restoring this, and sometimes it is, but it's got to be in a different place. Here it is, an isolated building. We want people to come down and build on Federal Avenue, and we can't remove a little red tape regulations. In my view, on this particular situation, now this doesn't call into question that we have a historic commission. I mean, they give a lot of valuable information, and they're going to tell us it's significant and economically viable. And the question remains before us. Let's just assume that are we doing it just because we're uncomfortable making a decision on this tonight? Because again, I agree with Mr. Wernimont. Doesn't use his. I mean, and they would have, a reason to say that there is a reason to keep this up there, and no economic reason to cut it down. Now, there is a difference to me whether it's historically viable and whether it's just old. This is old. Yep, it's old, and it's got some situations, some historic properties left. I can see a few, some of the lentils and some of the different things that are on here. But it's just been a building that people have just been putting duct tape on for 75 years and doing things on the cheap. So I would be willing to make a decision knowing what or assuming that the commission is going to say, build on it's already looked at it and said it's historically significant, and let's say it's economically viable because there's two folks upstairs and there's a drive-in business there. So, but the question for us is, why is there a city council? You say, why is there a historic commission? Why is there a city council if we can't look at something that's obvious and say, well, it's obvious that there is some historic significance, there is perhaps a little economic viability, but we have a gentleman who's really going to put the pedal to the metal as far as economic use of this area. So I would be willing to support putting both of those, or taking both of these buildings out of the conservation district.
Okay,
and that's what I would prefer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I'll just comment on a couple of things you said, because I think it's important. But I don't think that this is just adding red tape to the process. I don't see it in that way. So I would disagree with that characterization. And what I see this as is I think this is an important discussion to have about buildings such as this. Wally himself just pointed out some buildings that people would sort of looked at and said the same thing, that these buildings really aren't that viable and they can go, and somebody made them viable. I do think that is a possibility in cases even in this one. I don't see necessarily, I know it's difficult to draw out the conversation longer, but I don't see that as an entirely bad thing. I think sometimes you draw out the conversation and there can be other ideas, there can be other thoughts that come into it, and I think it could be useful. And I think when it comes to moments, when it comes to things like this, and why these decisions are so hard is because if we don't do that sometimes, then history is gone and we can't bring it back. And I think it's important that we have these drawn out discussions at times in these particular cases with historic property for a reason. So I don't necessarily think, and I just want to make it really clear that my decision that I'm making personally, I don't see it as punting and kicking a can down the road necessarily. I see it as a step in the process that is an important one, because at times that step brings other discussion and other ideas. And I do think that's necessary and useful. So I think I just disagree with that, look at it a little bit, an angle on that. Ms. Bethel.
I would just say it's okay to be uncomfortable. These are really hard decisions, and I feel that you may be forecasting exactly the future, but you're not the Historical Preservation Commission. Although you are many things, you're not the Historic Preservation Commission. And we, as a council, we appoint people who have a very specific thought process and experience as it relates to historic preservation. And to me, that counts for something. I don't make decisions based on assumptions. I make them based on process. And so, although I understand that this may put us back here in discussing the same thing, the Historic Preservations Commission and their assignment is very different than ours. And I appreciate that. And we've had to make hard decisions when it comes to that. And I've made decisions to take down buildings. I've made decisions to take down buildings, and it is not an easy decision. I think about it every day for months, in fact, some of these decisions. And so I will say that I don't think this is punting. I agree with the mayor. I think that this is not making assumptions. It's making decisions based on process. And I feel really good about our processes here in the city of Dubuque as it relates to our historical structures. And so I hope moving forward that that can be acknowledged, that I feel passionate about our city, and I want to make sure I do the right thing. And it's been 2 years since it's been there. And there may be very different structural things that have happened to that building in 2 years that, yes, it would not change the historical or architectural significance, but it would change the viability. And there is a cost associated with that, and I am sorry that there is. But I also am elected to follow the process that has been laid out before us. And so I still feel that that is where I would like to go, in which we move forward with removing 2311 and move back to historic preservation with 2327. Thank you.
One quick
Mr.
question
Shaver
with Wally. When you mentioned you think we'll be back here, it's because you think it won't pencil out as economically viable, correct?
So they have the burden to prove that. We have an assumption made that the property is not economically non-viable, because there's no, so we just have what the owners told us, right? We haven't been inside the building. We haven't looked at the building. We know on the exterior of the building what it is.
But your best
Going through
guess.
that process, you'll be able to get that information that's being brought up with
But
regards
as you
to it.
alluded to, your best guess is
Right,
it's gonna,
right.
it's not gonna pencil.
And then it comes, it comes to the discussion where if it is architecturally historically significant, which it is, based on our information that's provided to it, and if the building can make a reasonable economic return, that'll be a conversation before the commission, the council, with regards to making the decision before them. So, based on my history and information that's being provided, it's the burden of the applicant to provide it, but we've had situations where we have buildings where people want to just buy them and tear them down for their business, right? You can't prove economic non-viability because you don't own the building. So you have to prove you have a negative economic non-viability situation with it. And it's very difficult to prove that when you say the building's actively being rented out and being used. You're earning a return on the property currently. So
I guess my question was, though, you were alluding to the fact that it'll probably come back not economically
it will
viable.
come back to you regardless, because you're going to refer it back to them, and they'll have a recommendation that comes back to you.
Well,
within
he's owned the
60
building
days.
for 10 years. I mean, he knows what the issues are pretty well, so I guess I'll just leave it at that.
We are at the point then of making a motion, if someone cares to make one.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to pass the ordinance amending Title 16 of the City of Dubuque Code of Ordinances Unified Development Code by amending Article 10.8A.7 pertaining to alteration of the Broadway Street Neighborhood Conservation District to remove the property at 2311 Central Avenue.
Does that work, Krenna? Yep,
Yes.
it does. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
I just was looking at your face.
Understanding that there may need to be a second action related to the other property if
Right.
this, if you want to bifurcate them,
Yeah,
yes.
so your motion is an action only on the 2311 Central Avenue property.
Correct.
Okay.
Good.
I'll second that.
All right, we got a motion by Wethel and a second by Roussel. Just to double check, are we all clear on what the motion is on the table? Any questions before I call for the vote? Mr. Resnick?
So right now, we are voting to remove the one address.
2311,
And
yep,
actually-
which is the current address of the Big A Auto. Please, Corinne.
So Wally, since this is an ordinance, as a reminder, we would also have
Oh, yeah, we,
multiple
thank you very much, Corinne.
readings.
Yep.
So if
This would be-
somebody, just, there's motion A, motion B. So I just need to put that out there as well.
Thank you very much, Krenna, for that reminder. Yeah, so right now, we actually just have a motion for the first reading, technically.
Right.
Right. So if you'd care to amend your motion, Ms. Wethel.
And so I move that the requirement that a proposed ordinance be considered and voted on a passage at 2 council meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended.
Second.
Okay, motion by Wethel. And this motion is, just to clarify, specific, again, to the 2311 Central Avenue property.
Mr. Mayor, before we vote?
Yep.
Thank you. So it needs 6 votes. I definitely intend to support this. And I can tell from the other comments that the council in general would like to send it to the Historic Commission, and so I plan to support that as well. But I just letting everybody know that we do need 6 votes to remove 2311 by ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for that reminder, Mr. Resnick. Okay, all right. So we have a motion and a second to waive the 3 readings. We've already had a motion to, this is just for the specific to the ordinance. So motion to waive the 3 readings. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
That motion passes 6-0. So now we would need a second motion for final reading.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Ms. Wethel.
I move for final consideration and passage of the ordinance.
Second.
We've got a motion by Wethel and a second by Roussel. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
That motion passes 6-0. So that related to the ordinance. So 2311 is thus removed from the Conservation District by the passage of that ordinance. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel?
I move to refer the proposal for 2327 Central back to the Historic Preservation Commission for further review.
Second by Wethel.
Got a motion by Roussel and a second by Wethel. Any further discussion on this before I call for the vote? Hey, Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Staver.
Nay.
Wethel.
Aye.
That motion passes 5-1. All right, thank you for the discussion, everyone.
Number 2 is 2026 Ken Kringle Awards presentation.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel?
I move to receive and file.
Second by Sprank.
I've got a motion by Roussel and a second by Sprank, and I believe we have a presentation from Chris.
And I'm looking for it here. It's the previous, I'm looking at the previous one.
We have no Corey for assistance.
For normal people. Okay.
I think we might have Felicia and Randy in the back if we need assistance from them, so
Oh, we might.
one or the other.
Here we go.
There we go, we're good.
Okay. And is it just on, okay.
I think we're good, Eric. Yeah. It just needs to come on the screen here.
So thank you for hearing the Historic Preservation Commission talk about their upcoming 24th Annual Historic Preservation Awards. We're going to have this up and running here in a minute. Just waiting. I'm Chris Happ Olson, and I'm an assistant planner and serve the Historic Preservation Commission. And we have an awards coming up on May 19th. It will take place over at the Carnegie Stout Library, where we'll have a tour of the library and the awards following. And we're celebrating both the Ken Kringle and Dwayne Haggerty Awards in honor of them for excellent work that has happened here in Dubuque in the last year. We have 8 commissioners on our commission. You saw half of them earlier tonight when we declared Preservation Month, and these folks come together generally once a month to be able to look at advocacy, education, and being able to see cases that come before them. The first award that we have is for the Dubuque County Historical Society, and that's for the Matthias Ham House. This has undertaken a large restoration with help from the Jeffress Family Foundation to be able to restore this house. The house is used by in partnership with the Dubuque County Historical Society as a historic museum. There was work all throughout the house with the windows, the porches, the repointing of the historic mortar for the house, and a great team worked on this, including Gronin, Stickley Morton, and others to be able to take this on. So it's a wonderful restoration. Holy Ghost School, this was a long time coming. This school saw some fires and different ownership over the time, not being able to be reused. And Josh, Jenna, and Jace Manners, as part of Holy Ghost School LLC, came along and repurposed this structure into new housing, which is desperately needed for the city of Dubuque. And they did a beautiful job. You can see on the top right, the windows were boarded up over the years, and it was underutilized severely. Now it is back in use as a great structure with apartments for Dubuque. HG Apartment LLC, that trio that you saw, those siblings that did the work, Bellevue State Bank, Boyle Electric, Freiberger, Heating and Cooling, and Mitt Plumbing helped out with this. The Jacob Rich House is over at 890 West 3rd Street, and Gary and Carner and Tom Kelzer have been doing great work in the city of Dubuque on a number of different structures. This was a house that was unfortunately taken by fire. It really was one that I thought we were going to lose. The entire roof structure was really compromised and out. There was water coming down all the way to the first floor there. You can see some of the damage there on the lower left. They had a huge challenge ahead of them, and they are offering this up for single-family ownership now. They do beautiful work. So GT Development had help from All Seasons, Midwest Storm Company, Mike Brady Plumbing, and Bremeyer Electric. The Isaac Bigelow House was done by Chris and Gary Stelpflug, as well as their son, Jeff. It's at 346, 348 West Locust. It is a really unusual late 19th century example of, it's really a fourplex originally, but a duplex in Dubuque. And this was under really severe conditions, but very much intact. And Gary and Chris do a great job of being able to restore structures. They They are farmers out of Wisconsin that just have a passion for this, and they come to Dubuque and do this work. So there it is on the left, and being able to bring it back into great use for the future, just beautiful details. It's really amazing. And they have a whole team. I'm not going to go through everyone, but Adam Johnson was their architect. Rebecca McCarley was their historic consultant, and they had a great team behind them. The Ryder Lacey block along Central Avenue. We talked a lot about Central Avenue tonight. And Chris and Allison Richard have been making wonderful strides along Central Avenue, working really mostly on the 17th block and other projects as well. This structure was largely underutilized, and the storefronts were boarded up for the most part. And Chris and Allison have been able to bring it back using historic tax credits and just doing a great job for the community. It's great to be able to see this as you go down the street. So Carriage Properties is Chris and Allison, all seasons, Cool Plumbing, Rundy Electric, and Giesing Roofing helped out with this. And these are all Ken Kringle Awards that we've seen here. Ken Kringle was on our Historic Preservation Commission and died in 2002. We created the Ken Kringle Awards after him because of his dedication to Dubuque. And the last award that we have tonight is an unusual one. It's for Encyclopedia Dubuque, and it's Randy Lyon. This is a Dwayne Haggerty Award, who was the founder for Heritage Works, who died in 2024. And this award honors Randy Lyon for the creation of Encyclopedia Dubuque, which is originally a book. And in 2008, with partnership with our Dubuque Library, they were able to make it into a website. It is the resource for history in Dubuque. It is the most accessible resource that we have. I use it on a daily basis to be able to find tips, to find resources, to look further into history. And Randy Lyon has been updating it on a daily basis since he started this. We know our Historic Preservation Commission took this on this year and awarded this year. We thought about it last year, but the commission decided to do it this year because a number of things came together. They didn't want to just award an award to Encyclopedia Dubuque without knowing what was going to happen with it in the future. Randy can't continue to maintain it every day for the future. And so the commission put it on their work plan that it was an important thing for Dubuque to be able to have this Encyclopedia Dubuque, that it not go obsolete, that it continue to be supported. And there is a team working together with Randy and the library and the Telegraph Herald and the Center for Dubuque History and the City of Dubuque's Historic Preservation Commission to be able to find a legacy plan for Encyclopedia Dubuque. So it's something we're excited to be able to roll out this year, and we're happy to be able to provide this award at the library for Randy for this work, knowing that we're finding a solution for this resource so we can continue it. That continuation plan is going to look like we're going to have kind of those heritage experts. We're going to have technical experts with our library there with us. We have library experts, and then we have contributors and editors for it. So being able to have a team that helps sustain this long-term at almost very low cost. So we're very excited about that, and glad to be able to share this with you. So I invite you to come out to our Historic Preservation Awards. They'll be on Tuesday, May 19th at the library. It starts at 5:30 with a tour of the rotunda, and then by about 6:15 after reception, we will come back together and have the awards. And we welcome you to come, and the whole community. It is a free event. It is open to the public.
Chris. Well, thank you very much for that presentation. And congratulations to all the award winners. Those are some great projects again this year. And appreciate the extra emphasis you put on the last one there for Encyclopedia Dubuque. It is a great resource, and it's great to see that rewarded in that way. Other discussion or questions here when we have Chris? Mr. Resnick?
Well, thank you. Encyclopedia Dubuque, I use it all the time too. It is a great resource. I'm glad to have this plan in place. I'm doing a concert on this day, July 16, in Dubuque, and of course I use that all the time. You know, just search July 16th, what happened in Dubuque, significant throughout the years. And it is a great resource. It's wonderful. I mean, what communities our size have such, it's an amazing resource. So that's fantastic. And I love all the great work that you showed tonight. So much important work. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you from the commission.
Ms. Wethel?
I just want to say what a bright light it is to see Dwayne Haggerty's name and do it in a way that is so honoring to him. So just great work to the commission and to you for putting this together.
I know he would be happy to provide that award to Randy.
All right. Well, Chris, thank you very much for the
thank you.
presentation tonight. All right, well, motion here was to receive and file and then listen to that presentation. So, Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
That motion passes 6-0.
Action item number 3 is concrete banding and crack sealing project award, public improvement contract.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Sprank.
a motion that we receive and file and adopt the resolution.
Second.
Got a motion by Sprank, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. Public Works Assistant Director, Project Manager Max O'Brien is recommending City Council award the public improvement contract for the Public Works Concrete Banding and Crack Sealing Project to Eastern Iowa Asphalt Maintenance in the amount of $178,120 through the adoption of the attached resolution. This amount is 22% less than the engineer's estimate of $228,494. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request mayor and city council approval.
Thank you, Mike. Any discussion? Seeing none. All right, then, motion is to receive and file and adopt this resolution. So, Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
Passes 6-0.
Action item number 4 is consideration of street murals policy and Hills and Dales right-of-way request.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Roussel?
I move to receive and file and approve.
Second by Wethel.
Yeah, motion by Roussel, second by Wethel. Mike, please.
Thank you. City Engineer Gus Sahoyas is recommending City Council authorize the Hills and Dales mural project to proceed under an interim administrative approval process subject to the policy considerations. Staff further recommends that City Council direct staff to draft and return with proposed amendments to City Code establishing a formal policy and review process for street murals within the public right-of-way. I concur with the recommendation and respectfully request mayor and city council approval.
All right, thank you, Mike. Dan, you stuck with us. Would you mind coming up and answering a couple of questions? I'd appreciate that. Not to put you on the spot, but putting you on the spot. So, thank you very much. And I'm wondering, you know, some questions asked during public input tonight about some of the things that were there. Do we have an idea of what this would be, what this might look like? Because I know you've talked to a lot of neighbors, you've had a lot of discussion with the people. I happen to be one of those neighbors. Our business is on this street, so you've talked to us about this as well and what it's going to do to, you know, impact the street itself for a couple of days while you create this. But there were some questions about ongoing plans and things like that. So anything you can shed some light on, I think, would be helpful as we have this discussion.
Sure, thank you. Deanne Altoff with Hills and Dales. As you said, Mayor, we have been in the planning process for this project, this mural, this accessible art experience for really all community members, whether they're a Hills and Dales client or or just a general member of the Dubuque area for about 6 months or so. And specifically, access-wise for the mural installation, that will start around May 15th. We have gone through the special event permit process, and we've been working with the streets department and really do understand that we want to make sure that the residents and the businesses do have access to their locations on 4th Street. And we have some type 3 barriers reserved to block 4th Street, specifically on May 16th, Saturday, May 16th. That is the community painting day. There will be prep work happening on Friday the 15th, and then any final touches for the successful mural completion will happen by no later than 5 p.m. on May 18th. We will have traffic control on site that can move barriers and can allow access if needed for the residences or for any safety or emergency situations as well. We have secured a team of 3 professional muralists. They will be joining us from Cincinnati and have come up with an amazing design that I think is really respectful to the historic area that the mural will be placed. We will be recruiting a number of art professionals and art volunteers from the Dubuque area to help support the actual community painting day on the 16th. And then just really tomorrow morning, hopefully, we will be hitting the community hard in promoting the event and encouraging artists to join us on that day in the actual creation of the mural. And we've had a lot of great support, not only from the city, but from the local neighborhood, the Bluff Street Neighborhood Association, the Historic Preservation Commission, and we look forward to really putting together a mural that, like I said, is accessible for all, to help paint and to just bring people together on that day. And the design is going to just be a great addition to the neighborhood.
Great, well, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I do have a question. So there was a question about the safety of the paint, on the ground, which is going to be a street that people are on a lot. I don't know if that's something you can answer, or maybe one of our engineers can discuss a little bit.
It has
Yep.
definitely been talked about and discussed, and we have a great option that our muralists actually selected. I'll let Justine probably speak to the specifics of the paint and why it was selected, however.
Okay. We'll also make it worth Justine's time for sticking around, so thank you, Justine.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Justine Hull, traffic engineer. Yes, so the kind of short review process that we're going through does include what that material is. They are using a traffic paint, waterborne paint that is very similar to what we use on our center lines and our symbols and parking L's and T's and things of that nature. It is going to be a little bit different because it is fully covering the roadway. So checking in to see, how that drying is going. There is an additive that could be put on top of it. It is kind of what I call kind of like a grit. It doesn't necessarily affect the paint, but that is an option to put in there because of, the possible, slipping or falling if there is like water on the street or anything like that. That is a precaution that I was sharing with Deanne and her team on possible additives, but that is something that I'm hoping we would get forward with our review. Our review is going to be finished here at the end of the week, and for city internal staff with multiple departments, and hoping to then share that with her and her team to, add that to any contract or agreement or, updating her artists for materials as well.
Well, I appreciate knowing that there's been a great deal of discussion on not just on what this could be and how it could be done, but the safety of it as well. I think that's really important. In general, I love this idea. I love the idea of more art everywhere we can put it, and the fact that we have what you've come up with to make this an accessible painting. I mean, the first time that I heard about it, I was just kind of floored by it, because it's just, I think it speaks to what makes our community so great, is that we have places like Hills and Dales and people like all of you who work there with the great clients who are there to be able to create something that can work for them too, in a place that is so prominent. It's not hidden away. It's right there where you see, the 30 people waiting in line for the elevator on a Saturday are going to be there to enjoy it as well. And that's just, I love it in every way. And I also love the fact that we're talking about how we could do it in other places and make it a process that we can go through. So it's something that is a part of our process and not an extra add-on. So all of that is very good in my mind. Okay, that's from me. So Ms. Wethel.
And I'm sorry I didn't catch the gentleman who called in his last name, but I believe his first name was Neil. And I just wanted to address, I don't have questions for you right now, but wanted to address his questions regarding liability and responsibility. So within the staff memo, which I don't expect everyone to read, but Wally expects all of council to read, the maintenance and responsibility. The city shall not assume responsibility for maintenance, repair, or replacement of the mural. These responsibilities shall remain with the requesting organization or sponsoring entity. A formal agreement or contract shall be required outlining the duration of the mural, maintenance expectations, and responsibilities for repair or removal at the end of the life cycle, and shall be executed by the city prior to installation. And then under liability and insurance, the requesting entity shall provide appropriate liability coverage and agree to indemnity the city as part of the approval process. And so just want to make clear to everybody at home regarding Neil's question, liability-wise, that has been thought through rather thoroughly, I believe, and can be part of a process moving forward with code and how we decide to proceed with that. One thing I just wanted to mention, so when I first started on council early in, there was a Central Avenue neighborhood association, well, they're not a neighborhood association, Central Avenue meeting of folks that reside and own property and businesses down on Central Avenue. And there was a proposal just discussed about, I think maybe Voices brought it forward, about how to use murals in crosswalks. And so I remember thinking, well, that's an interesting thing. And we talked back and forth about the pros and cons of that. And actually, I recalled when this came forward, in April of 2022, Bloomberg Philanthropies actually did a study called Asphalt Arts Safety Study, Historical Crash Analysis and Observational Behavior Assessment, and Asphalt Art Sites. And I thought it was really interesting because there's some really good, I won't geek out on it, but comparing the average of crash rates before, after analysis periods, results from historical crash analysis analysts include 50% decrease in the rate of crashes involving pedestrians or other vulnerable road users, 37% decrease in the rate of crashes leading to injury, 17% decrease in the total crash rate. And so the idea is that actually this makes people safer because it slows, it's kind of a traffic calming measure. And I understand not everybody would like every crosswalk to be this, but when this art project came forward, I thought, well, first of all, if we ever need traffic calming, right now, the Bluff Street Neighborhood Association is working really diligently with the city and staff about what we can do to calm traffic in the area. This might be something that actually slows traffic and keeps people safer. And so I appreciate Neil's input. Certainly, Justine, if you have anything to speak to in that way, but I thought of it as actually a safety mechanism.
Thank you, Ms. Wethel, for doing my work for me, because that is exactly what I read as well. No, that I do remember that conversation about Central. It was a little back and forth, like you said, because of it's right off of Central, and we were worried about the high volume, and this on Bluff and off of 4th Street is a little bit different in that scenario. And you'll see that in that memo too of we want to make sure that we're reviewing the locations and we're good with, there are pros with that, the traffic calming, but there are cons too, because, people aren't paying attention or something like that. It can slow speeds down, but there are pros and cons with everything. So that's why I would like to start this small committee so that we can review things like this where we're having professional artists, or maybe we even get to a point where we have amateur artists, drawing or painting on the crosswalk or the sidewalk, or, all around the city, as the mayor put it, wherever we can put it safely with all of those contingencies in line.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Staber.
So the type of paint you're using lasts a long time. So how long is this mural supposed to be there?
So our plan is, due to the high quality of the paint and the fact that that portion of 4th Street is a little bit lower traffic, we anticipate that the mural will stay looking fairly good for a year. And within that year, if it starts to deteriorate, we can certainly do some touch-ups. We'll know all the paint and all of the details there. However, at a year, the plan is either to environmentally friendly, safely power wash it and start fresh, or if it's decided that that is the mural that neighborhood wants and deserves to keep, then we will do touch-ups. But otherwise, the plan would be to power wash, and maybe this becomes an annual event moving forward.
So it changes every year?
Possibly.
Possibly. Interesting.
Okay. Others? Mr. Resnick.
Thank you. So does the name Hills and Dales appear on this mural?
So we will incorporate some signage along with the signatures, if you will, of the professional team. We will include Hills and Dales. It isn't meant to be a Hills and Dales showpiece, and it isn't about us as an organization. We certainly will incorporate our name and our logo in some small signatures or some signage describing the project, describing the process and who the artists were. We also were a recipient of a Sustainable Dubuque grant, and we'll recognize that support in that signage as well.
Thank you. I noticed that in the proposed policy consideration, it doesn't say anything about, I wouldn't want these murals to become billboards type of things, and it doesn't say anything about that. And so I don't know if that's going to be a consideration, or they'll review these policies over time. Again, has there been an issue with with this so far? Have people said that we really need to have a policy about these murals? I just was wondering. I mean, why are we needing a policy about the murals?
So I would suggest that comes mostly from me. So when Hills and Dales approached the city about this idea, I talked to engineering and others, and there were pros and cons, safety concerns, distraction concerns, things like that. So Justine went about the process of trying to figure that all out. And so this policy is the result of that work, which seems to indicate to me that it is something that is reasonable in low traffic areas or parking lots, and but there ought to be some guidelines around it.
And I see that you didn't have anything about content. It's hard to talk about content of murals, especially artistic type of, you have a committee that is going to look over this, design, review, and approval. It doesn't say anything about the content. It's mostly about safety concerns. Is that the content? It says design review. Is the design what you're talking about? It's not the content of the mural.
I would generally say you're right, but I'm going to leave that up to the city attorney to give that answer.
That will be part of the review and policy considerations as part of the process.
So it should be listed then? You said it will be? the content of the?
Definitely. No, no, I mean, that's a consideration for the policy to ensure that anything that would come back to you for review, consideration, approval, et cetera, complies with all of the legal frameworks applicable to this type of work.
Is that in here? Is that
Well, just to
state?
clarify, what we're doing is we're telling the city staff to go and create a policy to bring back to us.
It's not, but it's not currently in this one suggested, proposed policy consideration. Is it in this, did I miss that?
Legal considerations are just always on the table. It could have been listed, yes, but there are definitely legal considerations and frameworks that will have to be a part of anything related to this.
Okay. And then there's a lot going on in this neighborhood, which is great. The chalk drawings are not going to be able to be held probably. And I don't know if they've done, it's been a great place for local parties and places. It's a great place where we had a chili cook-off and those type of things. So there, obviously there won't be any chalk drawings, but I guess I was hoping to see a design because I had to know what you were asking, Mr. Staver, but I thought, is this going to be a mural? And what it would be is you might want to make it extend this, but there's no kind of guarantee that this space is always going to be available. It's a year by year. I guess it's not spelled out, and I don't know that it should be, but once you put a mural down, it's interesting that you said you could take it all off somehow. I didn't know that was possible because I see a lot of paint on streets and cement that is like 30 years old and it's really worn out. And so I guess, is this like a 99-year lease on this for the, how do we determine, do we just go year by year and just say it's great? And, or do we say this space, we'll count on Hills and Dales to fill it, or?
Well, you're going to get to decide all that when we bring the policy to you for your consideration and approval and potentially amendment. So those are all questions that you've raised and others that we should consider when we make the recommendation to you.
Okay, so I guess we're not approving the policy tonight, and we're not approving the mural, the specific mural.
We are approving this mural, yes. But you're just directing us then to come up with a long-term policy.
Okay.
Is that right, Justine?
Well, I would have liked to see the mural, but I know that Hills and Dales is a wonderful place, and you do great work, and you bring in some professionals, and I'm definitely going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I think this is going to be, just from how you describe it, a fabulous mural. So I will definitely be supporting this then. Thank you.
Thank you. I will happily share that the mural is representative of Dubuque and the Driftless area in its design, and the color scheme certainly is very respectful of the historic, neighborhood and the colors of the buildings and the brick, and it will, I think it'll be a very nice complement in design and color. And to note as well, it does not take up the entire portion of West 4th all the way up to the Fenelon elevator. It is really just 2,000 square feet closest to the intersection with Bluff Street. That is the flattest portion of that street, therefore the most accessible for any of our artists that'll be joining us that day.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ms. Weth.
I'll just make one more comment. The Bluff Street Neighborhood Association, I really appreciate all the community outreach you did. You did just a really great job of reaching out to, as Mayor Kavanaugh said, business leaders, but the Bluff Street Neighborhood Association is incredibly active, a group of people that care deeply about that area. And so to have a unanimous vote on that at their neighborhood association meeting, I think was pretty great. I also wanted to let Council Member Resnick know that the Outside the Lines chalk drawing now is actually downtown, closer to Outside the Lines' new location. And so you won't miss out on your chalk drawing. but it's between Locust and Main on 11th now. And so that was home to, I think it actually is a really neat way to think about it, because that chalk event was such a great thing on 4th right there. And so this is kind of the next inspiration of it. So don't worry, it's still going to happen.
You can enter this year, Mr. Resnick. Mr. Staver.
So you brought up, or somebody brought up the slip issue with this type of paint. So I know when I had to put tile down in certain places, I had to look for tile that had the slip standard, when it's wet or when it's dry. How are you guys, and it sounds like you have to carry liability insurance for a year while it's up. Is that a consideration that you're gonna have to figure out what to meet the guidelines for the slip standard in a public space, or?
Yes, so the paint that they're using is traffic paint. So where our concerns come in is just the amount of it, because obviously our bigger symbols could be slippery, right? Or our kind of what I call our piano keys that we have for crosswalks, those can tend to be slippery, right? And they have larger surface area.
Right.
That is the same concern that I would say about that. So if we need to test that or add, that additive to it, that is definitely something that would come out in our review for sure.
So once you have this information, then we review it again? Is that how this works?
No, basically
So who decides?
what I'm hearing is that they're going to decide, that it's going to be based on their expertise, the street engineers will be the ones to make that decision on what is going to be the safest surface paint.
And then we would go forward with, we've gotten kind of that conversation up to this point, and I'm looking for a long-term solution for future efforts as well, but then approval of, location, context, all the things that are in our policy for liability and all the other items that I listed in there for possible legal jargon to make sure that we're checking all of our boxes, that will come to you as a recommendation, and then you would be able to approve that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any further questions, Mr. Staver?
No.
You good? All right, Ms. Wethel.
I just want to follow up with Councilmember Staber's statement about the safety of the paint itself. So if you do the painting and you identify that it seems too slick, you will then go back and add a grit layer to it?
Yes,
Is that
we
what?
can. There's two options. We can go back and touch that up and and it has to be wet for it to stick to it. So it might require a double layer on that. But there also might be certain spots or certain, I don't know if there's a certain color, but the base paint of that is traffic paint. So it has all of the properties that we have for everything else. And normally when you add that grit on there, it also has some luminescence in it. So there will have to be, a different additive that because we don't want it to reflect. We want it to be actual, not like the center line that when you flash your headlights at it, we don't want it to reflect back at us. So there might be a different additive that needs to be, gripping it, but we don't want the reflectivity of it. We don't want the birds flying off the road. But yes, that is definitely doable. Like I said, in that review, we can tell Deanna and her team of, hey, we want this grit on here, or we go and check it, and the tweaks that happen throughout that whole weekend, that can be checked and say, nope, we gotta double this up, and we want this to be maybe closer to the intersection because that's where people are walking. We aren't normally seeing people, maybe in that area, but people aren't normally walking across the whole street, so there might be only specific areas that we're looking at. So I understand that this might be very all over the place, but this is definitely, like you said, the area has been very positive about what they're seeing and what they would like to see in that area. So I'm less worried about that. I'm glad everybody's on board, and then the safety part comes in on the city internal side. So I'm powering through with the safety part of it.
And so in real time, you'll be assessing that on May 16th and moving forward as the painting's happening.
Yes, I would like to do that. Just as our this is our first one, and I'm available that weekend, and it kind of works out, so it's really perfect on our side of things. But that would definitely want to be pushed forward with some sort of agreement of, hey, you're going to have somebody who's there checking all those things, and further into those details as we go into future projects. But this one, I'm taking a personal note too, for sure.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for staying late with us to answer all those questions. They're important. I think it was a good discussion to be able to start this for the longer term, but in the short term, really looking forward to that weekend. So thank you very much for being here. All right, well, the motion here is to receive and file and approve, which means approve the mural going forward with the Hills and Dales proposal, but then also approving of the staff going forward with coming up with a long-term process for this. So, Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Resnick?
Aye.
Sprank?
Aye.
Roussel?
Aye.
Staver?
Aye.
Wethel?
Aye.
That motion passes 6-0.
Action item number five is updated new housing unit handouts.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file.
Second by Sprank.
And a motion by Resnick, second by Sprank. Mike, please.
Thank you. Planning Services Director Wally Werneman is providing an updated new housing units handout. Included with this memo are the following documents: the October 2025 Dubuque County Housing Needs Assessment, the April 2022 Housing Needs Assessment, a slide from the 2022 Iowa State Profile identifying a need for 1,100 housing units by 2030. These materials collectively provide insight into housing trends, identified gaps, and projected demand within the community.
All right, thank you very much, Mike. So, Mike, just to clarify, you put this on here not just to give us an update, but this also kind of stems from some of the discussions we were having during the budget hearings, where we're beginning to hear from us here on council that we might be looking at housing incentives differently going forward. Do we need to incentivize the same type of housing? Do we need to look in specific areas of town? Is it your intention to kind of help us begin that discussion by providing this information to us?
That's exactly right. So, as you say, there was discussion during the budget process of all the incentives that you've adopted over the last 3.5 years, and the results of those incentives, which is a lot of housing units being built. Do the same levels of incentives still need to exist, and are they different in certain areas of town?
Okay. And I hate to put you on the spot to answer this question, but there was a law passed last night that the governor's, I don't think has she signed it yet, the property tax law? She's going to sign the property tax law. So we expect to have new property tax legislation, and tax increment financing is specifically mentioned within this bill. It's an incredibly long bill. The city of Dubuque is now sifting through it. Jenny Larson, I know, is taking a look at it. We are in conversations with any lobbyists that we work with in Des Moines to understand this a little bit more. But based on what we know right now, do the incentives still exist for housing at all for us to move forward? And then,
Yes.
just how might that look in this conversation?
Yeah, so I got to be a little cautious getting too far out of my skis here.
Yeah, that's fair.
But from my reading of the legislation related to tax increment financing and housing, is the way it used to work is there were 3 different kinds of urban or tax increment financing districts. One was slum and blight, one was economic development, and one was housing. The most restrictive one was the housing one. So while slum and blight tax increment financing districts could be permanent, you didn't have to have a deadline. And then economic development TIF districts had a life of 20 years, and then they had to end. Housing TIF districts had a life of 10 years. And then even within that 10-year life, their use was much more restrictive. So for instance, If you wanted to do an economic development district TIF with a business for job creation, you are allowed to rebate, and I'll use the term 100% of their property tax payments. There were some exclusions, but the exclusions were the same for all the different districts. But you were allowed to give them, let's say, 100% property tax rebate for up to 20 years for doing their project. And they didn't have to provide any receipts or anything. This is my expenses. It just was, that's how much I'll pay in property taxes, and I'll get them rebated. With housing TIF districts, it was very much different. So if you did an affordable housing project, you did get to keep, the way I just described an economic development one, you would get to keep up to 100% of your property taxes that you paid, minus the exclusions, but only for up to 10 years, not 20. However, if your project was not affordable housing, if it was market rate housing, there were two other rules you had to follow in your rebates of their taxes. One was you had to exclude from the rebate the amount of poverty level in your community. And I don't know exactly how they describe the definition, other than I'll tell you that exclusion for us was about 40% of their taxes. So we couldn't rebate 100% of their taxes on a market rate development. You could only rebate up to 60%. You had to take the other 40% and put it in a fund to do affordable housing somewhere else in your community. The other exclusion or restriction was on a market rate project, you couldn't just say, okay, you're going to get 60% of the money back no matter what happens. You only could rebate the amount of public improvement expenses they had. So if they had, in a development, they would have put in sewer lines, they would have put in water lines, they'd have put a street in, those kinds of things, street lights. Then they did have to turn in receipts and say, okay, here was all my public improvement expenses, and if it was more than 60%, they got all 60%. If it was less than 60%, they didn't get all 60%. They could only get rebated the amount of their expenses. And hopefully, Kren, I'm describing this correctly, because, it's kind of convoluted a little bit. But that's all gone. If the governor signs this bill, all TIF districts, whether it's slum and blight, economic development, or housing, can be up to 23 years. There is no longer an affordable set-aside. And as I understand what I'm reading, is they all can get treated the same. So I described an economic development district where the person builds a building, creates the jobs. You say, for up to 20 years, we can give you 100% rebate. Now, we've never done that for up to 20 years, but you could legally. Now it will be up to 23 years, and all those housing restrictions I just described won't exist anymore. So if somebody did a housing development and you wanted to do the same deal with them that you did for an economic development project, I think under the new law, you would be able to do that. You could say, hey, we're going to give you 100% rebate for 23 years, no receipts, no set aside for affordable housing. We don't care if it's affordable housing. We don't care if it's market rate housing. You can do that. Now, I say the we don't care and you can do that because you also can establish rules yourselves. So you can say, well, we're not going to do that. We're only going to do for public improvements, or we're only going to do it for affordable housing projects. Or, you know what, downtown, we have all the infrastructure already built, the streets, the sewer, the water. We want more development in our downtown, not way out on the west end where we got to put in new sewer lines and new water lines and spend tons of money to make those developments happen. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, if you do it downtown, you get a lot more, and now I'm talking about housing, you get a lot more than if you do it on the west end. As a matter of fact, you might say if you do it on the west end, or southwest, whatever end you want to talk about, north end, way north, that you're going to, if it's affordable housing, we're going to do a lot more for you than if it's market rate. And you might even say, matter of fact, if it's market rate, good luck. We won't give you any incentives, but we're glad you're going to do it. Your incentive is you're going to make money by, renting your apartments or selling your houses or your lots to build houses on. So the point I'm trying to make in that long story is you're going to have a lot more flexibility in the rules you create around how you use tax increment financing for housing creation, which you didn't have that flexibility before because the rules were very prescriptive from the state, and it appears that those rules are going away.
Okay. There's a couple other things, though. You mentioned there's one really important factor here that we need to talk about with TIF that is going to be a potential game changer, but is going to require us to collaborate with our school district. And that's the school levy going forward, which has now been carved out of TIF, which means that we don't have access to the same amount within of the tool that is TIF to be able to use because the school district portion is completely removed unless the school district opts in. And
Right. So I told you about even in the existing law, there's exclusions from what you can rebate. And all the districts have the same exclusion. So today, if you told a developer, I'm going to give you 100% rebate of what we're allowed to give you back, it would be about 90% of what they paid. So today, you're not allowed to rebate anything that was passed by referendum. So if the school district had any debt that was passed by a referendum, NICC, the county, the city, can't rebate that. School districts, including NICC, have something that's called an instructional support levy, and it's where there have been referendums in our community that has told the school district and NICC, you're allowed to have a higher tax levy than the state law allows. And since that was passed by referendum, you can't rebate it to the developer. And then there's something called the Pebble levy that the school district has. It's only for maintenance of buildings. That every 10 years has to be renewed by a referendum of the citizens. You can't rebate that. So when you tell a developer today even, hey, we're going to give you 100% rebate of what we're allowed to give you, they get about 90% back, which means they pay 100%, but the 10% they don't get back. So under this new law, and thanks for pointing that out, what it says is, besides all those things, you also cannot rebate back them it's the 540 levy, I think they call it, of the school district. Is that what it's called, the 540 levy?
Mm-hmm.
So
Something like that, yes.
So you're not going to be allowed to rebate them back to school levy. So now when you tell the developer, hey, we're going to give you 100% rebate of what we're allowed to give you back, already 10% you can't do. The school district at that 540 levy, I'm guessing that'll be around 30%. So then you'll be telling, whether it's economic development, slum and blight, or housing, that, hey, we can only legally rebate you about 60% of what you actually pay in your taxes.
Yeah.
Now, the good news is, because I don't want anybody to start worrying like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, I got to deal with the city already where they're rebating me back this 100% or 90%. I mean, they're not going to give me the school levy back anymore. I'm going to be paying it, but I'm not going to get it back. No, there's an exclusion in the law that says any existing deals, they stand. So, and including our debt, because we have debt that counts on that school levy helping us pay the debt. That's excluded too. But you just can't do any new debt or any new deals where you give away the school levy.
Right. So based on, I appreciate all that you just gave us, but based on what you just said, and you have an optimistic read of, we have more flexibility than we had before. I appreciate that optimism. I'm not convinced of it yet until we have a full and thorough understanding of this legislation.
I would agree with you.
I just think, and we're working through it in real time, and I appreciate all the work that Mike and the team are doing to be able to understand this. But there's a lot in there. A lot has changed. As much as we want to be able to have this conversation tonight about housing incentives and what we would like to do going forward, I think it is entirely premature until we know more about what this legislation actually allows us to do.
So I couldn't agree with you more, but I did forget one very important point. So there's going to be a cap on how much you can levy in property taxes now. And the cap is basically 2%, but there's things that get added into that cap. So for instance, any growth in your community, that can be above the cap. So like if, you annex an area and it's got 50 houses in it, that's growth, it's above the cap. You can take those property taxes. Somebody builds a new subdivision, that's above the cap, that's growth. But what's not above the cap is any valuation released from a TIF district. So anytime now from the future that you make a decision to offer anybody tax increment financing, you just gave up that growth permanently from expanding your revenue resources to the city. So for instance, somebody builds a $10 million building and you don't give them any TIF, that valuation of $10 million, you can encumber revenues above your cap to support the operations of the city. You give that property a TIF, that $10 million gets captured in the TIF district. Let's say the rebates for 10 years. Year 11, now that value is released. All it does, which is not a bad thing, but what it does is it just pushes your rate down. It's not allowed to be counted as money you can collect above your cap. So now every time you do a TIF district, you are permanently, not just during the rebate period, you are permanently losing that valuation to support the general fund operations of the city that pays for police and fire and all those other things. So you're penalizing yourself, and it didn't used to be that way. When the value got released in the past, everybody celebrated, school district, county, NICC, the city, because now that's more revenue coming to the city without raising anybody's taxes. That's over.
I didn't intend for this entirely to become a primer on the new legislation, but I do think it's entirely appropriate within the conversation, just because of the fact that it's going to affect everything that we think about from incentives for housing and beyond. So while I appreciate kickstarting this conversation, I do think that we need to pause. That would be my thought. So I don't know if anybody has other thoughts on this. Ms. Rousseau?
I guess I just have a question for you, Mike, and does this create some urgency for us to review our incentives so that we aren't offering something out there? I don't know if anything's in the hopper right now, but, until we have a full understanding of what this new legislation is going to do for us, do we need to be careful with offering any incentives?
So it's actually a great question, and the answer is yes. You do have to more scrutinize how you're going to go forward now that this new law is going to take effect, because every TIF rebate agreement you do from now on, you are permanently locking that value out of your future revenue growth. And obviously there are projects that are worth that. You just have to decide which those projects are. And I mean, this is a little off track, but the other thing I talked about during the budget cycle was this idea that we might have to revisit this. Are we only going to claim 75% of the downtown TIF next year? Because first, we're gonna have to figure out is not claiming that 25%, is that gonna add any revenue to anybody? And I think the answer based on this new legislation is no. And if I'm right, I'm probably gonna come back to you with a different recommendation, because you would be giving up those resources to make stuff happen in our downtown without adding any revenues to the school district, the county, NICC, the city, because it would be above the cap. But we do have to do a little more analysis on the bill, so I'm not saying that yet, but that's certainly, but your question is a great one, yes. You really have to scrutinize when you offer TIF rebates from now on, it's gonna be, I think, a tougher decision than it has been in the past.
Yeah, and I don't think we can stress enough that this is literally 24 years old. I mean,
Hours.
Hours, sorry, 24 hours old. Yeah. It's getting late again. 24 hours old. Like, it's only been 24 hours since this legislation passed. We have a lot more to look into before we can really start making real decisions on this, I think. All right, any other discussion on the housing topic for the time being? All right, well, motion here was to receive and file. So, Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0.
Action item number 6 is work session request, IJAG City Life and City Life Alumni Program presentation and recommendations.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and set the work session for May 18th at 5:15 PM.
Second.
Got a motion by Resnick, second by Roussel. It's before a council meeting, so Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
That motion passes 6-0.
Action item number 7 is work session request, Community Foundation of Greater Dubuque on contracted services.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Resnick.
I move to receive and file and set the work session for May 18th at 6 PM.
Second by Wethel.
Got a motion by Resnick, second by Wethel, right after the other work session. So, Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
That motion passes 6-0.
Next are council member reports.
All right, what have we been up to? Ms. Roussel?
Suffice to say, I've planted a lot of trees at schools, at the orchard, and I love it. That's all.
That's great. That has taken up a lot of your spring, I understand.
Yes.
What else? I'll just add that I toured the orchard that Ms. Roussel was talking about the other day, was able to go and see what was going on. It was great to see it. Also worked with our neighborhood association and the Fenland Hill Neighborhood Association to pick up some trash on Saturday. It was fun. It was a really good time to be out there and see your neighbors again, and I think our neighborhood organizations are doing a great job. All right. Well, we do have a closed session, so I'll take a motion on that.
Mr. Mayor,
Ms. Wethel.
I move to go into closed session according to Chapter 21.51CJ Code of Iowa to discuss pending litigation and purchase or sale of real estate.
Second.
Got a motion by Wethel, second by Roussel. For the record, the attorney the city council will consult with on the issues to be discussed in closed session is a city attorney, Colonel Brumwell. Trish, would you call the roll, please?
Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Resnick.
Aye.
Sprank.
Aye.
Roussel.
Aye.
Staver.
Aye.
Wethel.
Aye.
That motion passes 6-0. We are in closed session. May the 4th be with you.